So I guess we'll go ahead and get started. So we can taper off the music. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're connecting from in this world. Hopefully y'all are doing okay, and welcome back to day 2 of new grantee orientation. We're excited to see all these wonderful names and faces on the screen. And again, welcome back. So before we get started, my name is Jose Juan Lara Jr. And again, I'm one of your training and technical assistance providers here with CSSP with Esperanza United. And so before we get started, just some housekeeping details. I'm going to start off by giving some instructions around interpretation and how to access to that, because we try to make the spaces as language accessible as possible. So I'm going to jump into Spanish for a bit, give those instructions, and then come back and repeat those instructions in English. So thank you for your patience. Buenas tardes a todos, todas, todes, todex, y bienvenidos al segundo día de la orientación para nuevos becarios. De nuevo, bienvenidos y emocionados de verlos de nuevo en este día. Nomás les quiero recordar, si necesitan acceso a interpretación o intérpretes, por favor de nomás ir al fondo de su pantalla, haga clic en el icono terráqueo que dice Interpretation, y luego de ahí haga clic en el lenguaje que necesite interpretación. En este caso sería en español. Y de nuevo, si tienen alguna pregunta durante nuestro tiempo juntos, por favor pongan sus preguntas en el chat. Cualquier cosa que se les ofrezca, estamos aquí para ayudarlos en lo que podamos. De nuevo les repito, si necesitan acceso a los intérpretes, por favor de ir al fondo de su pantalla, haga clic en el icono terráqueo, el globito, el círculo, y de ahí haga clic en el lenguaje que necesite, sea en español o en inglés. Ahora me regreso al inglés. Y gracias y bienvenidos de nuevo. So again, good morning and welcome everyone to day 2 of new grantee orientation. Just a couple of reminders. We try to create a language accessible space as much as possible. In this case, we're providing interpretation from English to Spanish and Spanish to English. If you need interpretation in the language, please just go to the bottom of your screen, click on the interpretation icon, and from there, click on the language that you would like interpretation to. We have also posted those instructions in the chat box, both in English and Spanish, I believe. A couple of quick reminders is please make sure to keep filling out your new grantee orientation workshop tracker worksheet. That's going to be important because you will have to submit that, I think by in January, I believe, somewhere in January. Again, please make sure to keep track of that. Also, as a reminder, outside of this main new grantee orientation for CSSP, we have also notified you all of the external webinars that you are required to attend or participate or listen to. And so also please make sure to attend those. That's very important. It's other essential information that because of time constraints, we're not able to cover here in these 2 days of virtual gathering and connection. Again, a reminder, the sessions are being recorded, so all the materials and the recordings will be shared with you post orientation. So don't worry, you'll get the information. Also, we will be dropping in links to the evaluations from yesterday and today. If you can please fill out those evaluations, your feedback is very important to us. We want to make sure that, again, we build our information and build whatever you need based on your requirements or what you're seeing. So again, like I said yesterday, as CA providers, we exist because of you, and we're here to support you. Let's see. Those are all the housekeeping details. But I just want to give some space and moment right now, just to do a little bit of reflecting from yesterday to today. Just want to check in with you all just to see, you know, a lot of information was covered, a lot of energy, people excited, anxious, nervous. There was a lot of affirmation of gratitude and thanks to our amazing presenters yesterday, Suhaila and Michael, for sharing their time. And again, just like they said, please feel free to reach out to them if you have questions on your budget and so on. But yeah, I just want to give time and space right now for anyone that had any kind of reflections from yesterday. You can either type in the chat box, or you can raise your virtual hand by going to the bottom of your screen, or however it's set up in your screen, and then just click on the reactions icon, and then just raise your hand like I am doing right now. But just want to just give some time for people to share any reflections, hopefully you got some rest last night. And I don't know about you, sometimes I kind of ruminate on things that especially new things I'm about to start. So yeah, just any thoughts. And again, this is a space for us to ask questions. And we're looking in the chat. Yeah, and again, if you can also introduce yourselves again in the chat, just your name, your pronouns, where you're connecting from, that would be lovely. Welcome, welcome. And again, there's going to be a lot of questions post orientation, and that's okay. We are here to support and answer those questions as much as we can. So again, if there are any questions or just initial thoughts for today.
See, Shalaja, I hope I said your name correctly. If not, holler. Shalaja said, just appreciated the information provided yesterday and the detail and clarity with which the session was facilitated.
Thank you. So we will try not to use acronyms or abbreviations as much as possible. So bear with us. I know there's a lot of language involved with that. So thank you for that appreciation. Any other thoughts or questions, reflections? Okay. Thank you, Diane. We will again, we will share, we'll send again the tracker to everyone, so that way y'all have it as well. So thank you for that. So if you're missing anything, just please let us know. Some of you may be joining us here for the first time today. So don't worry, which reminds me, please make sure to send us your email so we can make sure we have an updated running list of all the grantees. I think briefly yesterday kind of explained this, but as the comprehensive TA provider, we also have our own running list of all the active CSSP grantees, which is not connected to OVW or DOJ. It's our own internal list. So it's very important that for you all to please send us your emails of specifically of the folks that are funded under CSSP. I know for some of you, your budgets are still not approved, and so you may not still have people on your staff. But once you do, and we'll continue to send reminders to people to again update whoever is participating or funded under your specific CSSP project. So it's very important for us because we want to make sure that you get the information that you need. And so what we often do is, aside from the regular monthly information events that are happening, like the core calls or the virtual office hours, we will send any other updates that OVW may share. Yeah. I see a lot of people putting their emails in the chat. Thank you. we'll make sure that we have your information updated on our email list. Yeah, so any other questions? Okay. Any questions maybe from yesterday that you may have, you know, want to maybe express now? We may have an answer, we may not, but just anything that perhaps, you know, you just came up, you know, after the orientation. Or any other helpful tips or hints or tricks from my TA colleagues, any other, you know, any other wisdoms you would like to share with the grantees at this point, or reflections? If not, if there are no other questions at this point, I think we can get started with our presenters. Before we do that, just want to give a breakdown for today. So our presenters for today, we will start off by having Elisa and Devin from VAWA MEI, Violence Against Women, Measuring.
Effectiveness Initiative.
What was that again, Tamari?
Effectiveness
Measuring
Initiative.
Effectiveness Initiative.
Measuring Effectiveness Initiative. Yes, Violence Against Women, Measuring Effectiveness Initiative, VAWA MEI. They are the go-to people regarding the form for the semi-annual reports, which they'll be presenting. And then we'll go to break. And then we will have Elizabeth Delgado, amazing community healer. She's presented before at our institutes. We'll be talking about cultural heals, because a lot of the work that we do, I think I said this at the welcome call last week, is based on using culture responsive practices to heal our communities, right? So we'll talk a little bit about that, and then we'll go to break, and then we will finish off the day with a panel titled, I Wish I Knew Then What I Know Now. And the panelists are Ms. Candy Lewis from Positive Results Center, and also Mumbina, Executive Co-Director from SEWA. Two amazing grantees to share some of their hindsight learnings with us, and so on. And so with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Devin and Elise.
Thank you, Jose Juan. I really appreciate you having us here today. Thank you to TA for hosting us. And thank you everyone at the Office on Violence Against Women, in addition to Jose Juan and all of Casa Esperanza for having us here to speak with you all about your semi-annual progress reporting forms. I actually think that Elisa is not here yet, so if you bear with me for a minute, I will share my screen for our presentation materials. Maybe. Oh, here we go. Slideshow mode. Sorry about this. I think we thought we were going on at 12:30 CST, not 12:15. So I apologize, but I can dive right in as soon as I get my slides up. This is it. Here we go. But then how do I? Okay, this is a technical question that I'm embarrassed to ask. Could anyone remind me how I share screen without it becoming full screen? I know there's a way to do it, but I haven't had to do it in a while. No, maybe not. Let's see.
Do you have more than one screen, Devin?
Unfortunately, I do not right now. I only have one at the moment.
Devin, I think there's a way you can go into advanced. If you click share screen, and then it should be like basic, advanced, and then files. If you click advanced, you can select portion of screen.
Ooh, okay. Thank you. That is very helpful. Thank you, Olivia. Okay, let's see. How is this? So can you see, it's a little bit messy, but you see my slides now, or a slide. Okay, I'm gonna do this. If it starts getting hard to follow, then just someone put a note in the chat or let me know. Okay. My name is Devin Grayson Wallace, and as Jose Juan said, I am with the Violence Against Women Act Measuring Effectiveness Initiative, which I know is quite a mouthful. So I apologize for our long name. We often go by VAWA MEI, which is also somewhat of a cumbersome acronym. If you ever hear anyone say, call Muskie or the Muskie School can help you with that, that's us. Our project, VAWA MEI, is based out of the Catherine Cutler Research Institute at the University of Southern Maine. And for many years, we were part of the Muskie School, and we're technically no longer part of the Muskie School, but that's a recent change, and you can refer to us however you want. We will be happy to help you with your CSSP progress reporting forms, regardless of how you refer to us or what you call us. We're happy to help. Let's see. Okay, can you now see a slide with a lot of people's faces on it?
Yes.
Great, thank you, Jose Juan. And this is gonna work great. Okay, so we at VAWA MEI are ourselves a technical assistance provider. That means that even though we are the experts on the progress reporting forms, so that none of you have to be, nobody else needs to know the intricacies, because you can always call us up and ask us, to help walk you through part of the progress reporting form or any questions you have about progress reporting. It means that we are ourselves a grantee. So we are not the feds. We're not part of the Office on Violence Against Women. We're not grant monitors. We're really here to help you and all the other grantees fill out your progress reporting forms as thoroughly, accurately, and smoothly as possible. Now, the progress reporting forms are fillable PDFs, which I guess I actually don't even know what PDF stands for. So but they're documents you have to download and then fill out. And we'll talk more about the reporting cycle in a minute. And they can be kind of difficult. They can be a little bit glitchy, and any issue like that, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We are more than happy to troubleshoot or provide you a new copy of the form or anything like that to help. So at VAWA MEI, we have a twofold mission with our technical assistance grant. And that is, we are tasked with supporting the Office on Violence Against Women in tracking and measuring the work of VAWA grantees, all of the grantees around the entire country and the territories. And we do that by collecting the data reported on these semi-annual progress reports, And then we look at every report. We call it cleaning. And basically, we're just looking at the progress reports to make sure that there isn't any data that might be missing or that might have been a typo. For example, if you report that you funded 100 trainers during the 1 6-month reporting period, that's the type of thing we're looking for, because we just want to make sure that the data is reported as thoroughly and accurately as possible. So if we reach out to you during the cleaning, there's no need to worry. Doesn't mean you did anything wrong. You might have reported totally correctly. It just means that we noticed something that we thought might need to be revised. And so we reach out to ask, hey, is this what you meant to report? And does this reflect what you did with your CSSP grant funds? And we're just there to try to help get everything documented correctly so that your program specialist can see exactly what you're doing with your CSSP funds and can help dive in if they see any challenges you might be facing that they could help you with. Or maybe they'll refer you to one of the other technical assistance providers who has content knowledge around how to help with a particular issue. So that's one big piece that we do. And we turn all of that data into reports to Congress, which are on our website. And you can see there even direct quotes from previous CSSP grantees who wrote in the narrative about different pieces of grant funded work they did that is important and speaks to the impact that you all and others before you have been able to have on your communities using CSSP grant funds. And the other piece of work we do is we provide technical assistance to VAWA grantees. So anyone who has a question about their progress report or one of the questions on the progress report, anything related to the performance reporting at all, we are here to help. And we do that through regular trainings. We have webinars, a handful of webinars coming up in January, and also through one-on-one technical assistance. We can set up one-on-one phone calls, one-on-one Zoom calls. If you want to show us your progress report or show us your data, something like that, we can look at it together, and also over the phone or via email, whatever works best for you as a grantee. So before I go any further, would you all mind letting me know in the chat who has participated in one of the trainings with us at VAWA MEI before? If you've either been to a new grantee orientation we were at or been to one of our webinars, please feel free to type into the chat and let me know. Same goes if this is your very first time and you've never been to any training with us before. Feel free to type that into the chat. Just curious, looking to get a sense of who is who's with us today, who's been with us before.
So answers are starting to come in, Devin. There's a lot of first timers. Some people have been have experience.
Wonderful. So a mix. Great. Okay, thank you. Thanks everyone for letting me know. And thanks Jose Juan for telling me what folks are saying. Okay, great. So moving right along, this will probably not be news to those of you who have attended a training with us before, but we are not going to go page by page through the entire progress reporting form today. Instead, we are going to cover a couple key topic areas. Lisa and I are going to talk to you about why it's important to fill out the progress reporting forms, give you an overview of the data reporting cycle and where your data goes. Promise it doesn't just go into a black box. Folks, both on my team and at the Office on Violence Against Women, do actually do things with your data, like put it into that report that I see Jose Juan has linked in the chat. General tips for how to fill out these progress reports as accurately as possible. And then we're going to go over some of the trickiest pieces on the progress reporting form, namely how to report staff full-time equivalents, also known as FTEs, which are probably a little different than even other federal progress reporting forms. But we have lots of tools and resources on our website, as well as a cheat sheet that we'll give you today that walk you through how to do that. And then finally, we're going to talk some about writing narratives on your about the progress you've made on your grant and how important that is, both for helping to paint the larger picture of what you're doing with grant funds for your program specialist, but also how that helps OVW, the Office on Violence Against Women, keep tabs on trends and promising practices on the issues of domestic and sexual violence, like around the whole country. Let's see, here we go. So the data reporting cycle looks like this. So you right here at the beginning as an OVW grantee are obligated to submit data on your funded activities every 6 months. Those reporting periods are according to the calendar year. So the first one each year runs from January 1st through June 30th. And those reports are due July 30th of each year. The reports are always due 30 days after the close of the reporting period. Then the second half of the year is covered from July 1st through December 31st each year. And those reports are due January 30th of the following year. So all of you here on the call today will have to submit a required CSSP grant program progress reporting form for the July to December 2022 reporting period. And that will be due by January 30th, 2023. So even if not yet using your CSSP funds, you will need to submit a report. It will be mostly blank, and we'll talk about exactly how to do that on another page in this presentation. But as soon as you receive your award, you're obligated to submit a progress report. So after you get your award, you will actually download your progress reporting form from our website, mei.org, which I will put in the chat. And well, that did not go as a link, apologies. I'm sure when Lisa gets here, she can send you directly to the CSSP grant program page on our website.
Lisa's here, Devin.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you, Jose Juan.
Yeah.
I can see a handful of people, but not her, so that's good to know. Elisa, would you mind putting the grant program page for our website directly into the chat? So you as an OVW grantee will download your semi-annual progress reporting form, thank you, Elisa, from our website at the link that Elisa just put in the chat. And you will fill this report out, and then you will submit it into Just Grants. Your organization will have a Just Grants login, and within Just Grants, you're going to go to this piece that says performance reporting, and that's where you will upload your PDF form. Now, Just Grants has some resources on their website about exactly how to find that. And we do have a, one of our slides in this deck has their contact information. So if you have any technical issues with submitting your progress reporting form via Just Grants, you can reach out to them directly and they can help you get access to your account, or if you need your password reset, or if you're having any technical difficulties with grants. After you upload your progress reporting form into grants, your data then goes to OVW. There, your CSSP program specialist will review your data, and they're just looking to see how your progress towards your grant goals and objectives is going. And if they reach out to you with any questions, they'll tell you exactly how they want you to resolve your data. They might also send you to us at VAWA MEI for support in figuring out what your data changes should be. After the program specialists look at all the data, they send the data to us at VAWA MEI, where we do that cleaning I referred to, and we aggregate the data and send it back to the Office on Violence Against Women, which they use for all different types of reports. We send them a completed report to Congress every 2 years. But they also use that data to respond to ad hoc requests from members of Congress or other positions within the federal administration. So that's where your data goes, and we'll talk a little bit more about how it's used towards the end. So now we're going to talk about some successful data reporting tips. And Eliza, since you're here now, would you mind taking over screen sharing, and you can take it from here?
Sure, I can do that. Let me just find the right slide on my deck.
While Eliza does that, I just want to say that the
And
number
I think
one
you need to stop screen sharing so I can start. Sorry.
That makes sense. No, it's okay. Thank you. Number one message that more than anything else we hope you all take away today is that if you wind up with any questions about your progress reporting form or how to fill it out, that you can reach out to us at any time, and we are more than happy to walk you through what the form is looking for or the nuances of your particular program and how it fits into these progress reporting forms.
Okay, if you can all see that same slide again. Okay, awesome. I will take over. So like Devin said, we want to give you a brief overview of the sections that we get the most questions for, and also give you just some general tips on how you can approach your data reporting. And the first one of that is to use our website, because we have a lot of resources that hopefully are helpful available on our website for you to use. That includes reporting instructions and the reporting PDF form that we just mentioned. Other documents such as frequently asked questions documents. We do tend to get similar questions over and over, so we already have those ready for you, and you can have a look there if you have questions. And there's also a training video available that is more in depth than what we are doing today. So in that training video, we go through every single section on the reporting form one by one and explain exactly how to fill it out. So if you are new to this, and maybe this is the first time that you are filling out the form, it can be a really helpful tip to have that video open while you fill out the form. And then you can just watch the section that you're filling out right now, and hopefully that will just give you a little bit of guidance, make it a little bit more easy for you. And I want to note that that video is available with closed captioning, and there's also a transcript available if that is more helpful to you. Other than that, the really biggest thing to keep in mind when you fill out the form is that the form is only asking you to report on activities that and staff that is funded with your CSSP grant funds. So many of your organizations probably have other funding streams that you're using to carry out activities, and that is not what the form is asking for. It is really only asking for that portion of your work and your staff that is supported with your CSSP grant funds. And another thing that can be helpful is that since most of the questions on the form are numerical fields that ask you about numbers, for example, the number of victims that you served with your CSSP grant funds. There are also narrative questions throughout the form, and they're optional, but it can be really helpful to keep in mind that you can use them. We really encourage you to use them to kind of fill in the gaps that maybe the numerical fields can't truly capture all of the aspects of your work. And these narrative fields can be really helpful to fill in these gaps, give us more context, explain the type of work that you did, explain maybe if you have some issues with your data, just give that broader context that might not be possible with just the numerical fields. And then, like Devin said, the big tip that we have is to just give us a call or send us an email if you have questions, or if you feel stuck, you're not sure what a question means, you're not sure if you're doing it correctly, give us a call or send us an email, and we are happy to help you. And I also want to note at this point that we do have contracts with interpreting services. So if you speak another language, you're more comfortable in another language than English, you can still reach out to us. You can still get assistance from us. We will then just set up a meeting and add the interpreting service to it. And then we can still have those conversations and still give you the support that you need. Devin, I saw you unmuted. I wasn't sure if you wanted to jump in.
Thank you, Eliza. I just wanted to add that if I don't know if anyone who is new has already opened the progress reporting format. It's fine if you haven't. Just wanted to say, if you did open the form, or if even just hearing our tips and explanation, you're beginning to feel a little overwhelmed, or like this is a lot, you're totally correct. It is a lot, and that is very normal and understandable that you might be feeling overwhelmed right now, or it's a lot to take in. Maybe you won't remember too much from this presentation. All of that is perfectly fine and totally understandable. And I'm sure you are not alone in that feeling. It is a lot. And so that's why, more than anything else, we just want hopefully to convey that we are here, we're friendly, we're easy to access. You can access us all different kinds of ways through our website, or through like me, Eliza and I's direct email addresses, which are in the presentation, but I will also add to the chat before I hand it back to Eliza. And so, yeah, we're just happy to help. And as Eliza said, if you are looking for any kind of interpretation service into another language, just let us know, and we can incorporate that to our phone call or our Zoom call or whatever is easiest for you. So just wanted to put that out there. It's a lot to take in.
It is. And I also want to add here that, like Devin already mentioned, if you are a new grantee and you haven't started using funds yet, you will still need to submit a progress report, but it will be mostly empty. So all that you will be asked to do, if you haven't started using your CSSP grant funds yet, is to fill out the mandatory sections on the form. And on the first page, very first page of the reporting form, there is a list of the sections that are mandatory. So you will be required to fill those out. And then it is very helpful if you can use the very last narrative field on the form to just note that you haven't started using funds yet. And that will let your OBW program specialist know. It will let us know that you haven't started using funds yet. It will give us the context that we need when we look at your data. And you don't have to feel bad if your form is mostly blank if you haven't started using funds yet, because if you haven't used funds yet, there are no grant funded activities to report. So that's completely normal, and yeah, is the case for many of the new grantees every year. Okay. And that brings us to the first section that we want to talk about in a bit more depth today, and that is the staff section. I see that Jose Johan has his hand up.
Yes, Elisa, I have a question. And only asking this because some grantees may be finishing a no-cost extension. So I'm wondering, where does the overlap of the reporting information go in there? And it might be confusing the new folks more, but I know there's some folks that may be finishing their no cost extension right now.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you for that reminder, Jose Juan. Lisa, do you want me to take that?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so for anyone on the call who might have had whose organization had a CSSP grant before and also now has a new award, if you have two different award numbers, which I expect is probably the case for anyone on the call today, you will actually need to submit two different progress reporting forms, one that goes with each award number. So you'll be submitting one progress report for your old award, the continuation, the award for which you have a no cost extension. And you'll be submitting a separate progress reporting form for that new award. And you'll want to track and report the two different, like the funding from the two different awards separately across those two different progress reporting forms as much as is possible. So a lot of times what might happen is your no cost extension might have continued from July 1st, 2022 to, let's say, September 30th, 2022. In that case, that progress report, that old number, you'll be reporting any and all grant bonded activities up to September 30th, 2022. And then it's likely that your new award might not start until October 1st, 2022. And in that case, you would put, if you were already using any funds from that new award, which might not be the case, you would put those funded activities from the new award onto that other report with the new award number on it. Now, if you are not yet using new award money, then it actually makes it easier because you're submitting a mostly blank report with that new award number on it, in addition to the progress report with the old award for which you have a no cost extension on it. So I see we have a question in the chat. Dr. Celia Thomas asks, if we received our notice of a first award in October 2022, is our first semi-annual report covering July 2022 through December 2022 and due January 31st, 2023? And this is a really excellent question. Thank you for asking this, Dr. Thomas. So if your first award was received this October 2022, then your first semi-annual progress report will be due in January, but it's actually due January 30th, not 31st, which is really, it can be hard to remember because it's not the last day of the month, which is a little bit counterintuitive, but it's always the 30th for whatever reason. Yeah, exactly. 1/30/2023. And so that part is correct. The one thing to keep in mind is that while the progress reporting form that you'll be using will be labeled July through December 2022, you just want to make sure that you're only reporting any activities that were conducted with grant funds. So anything that you did before October certainly wouldn't be reflected on the progress reporting form, at least in the quantitative questions. And then if you're not yet using funds by the end of December 2022, you probably won't have other activities anyway. But so if you, for example, were able to use funds right away, you would be reporting for October, November, and December. And so anyone who has any questions about this, either like how to break up their activities or who has a no cost extension and has any further questions, please feel free to reach out to us directly, or you can put a follow-up question into the chat. And hopefully we didn't confuse the new folks too much, but if any new folks have a question based on what I just said, please feel free to put your question into the chat. Great, excellent. I see that Dr. Thomas has said that they understand the nuance, so perfect, thank you. So I will pass it back to Eliza to talk about staff, but I'm also just going to make a plug. We do have those webinars I mentioned coming up in January, and one of them is just a very general introduction to progress reporting. So I'm going to put a link to that in the chat in case anyone knows already like that they might want a refresher in January. Thank you, Eliza, and thanks for the great questions, Jose Juan and Dr. Thomas. Keep them coming. Anyone has a question, feel free to put it in the chat.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and before I jump right into the staff section, I also want to mention that if you have opened the form already, you will see that there are multiple sections on the form, and it can look really overwhelming that the form is so long, there's so many sections and so many questions. And so I want to emphasize here that you're only required to fill out the mandatory sections that are listed on the first page of the form, and then all the sections that apply to whatever you use grant funds for. So for example, here in the staff section, every section has the first question that asks you whether you used funds to support this type of activity. So there in the staff section, there will be a question asking you if you used CSSP grant funds to support staff in the reporting period. And if you did, you will select yes and fill out the section. And if you did not, you will just select no and move on to the next section. And this applies to all the sections throughout the form, except for the mandatory sections. So depending on what you used grant funds for, you will only fill out a selection of sections on the form and not all of them. Okay, but speaking of the staff section, which will probably be relevant for many of you, there are a few things to keep in mind when you fill out this section. So first off, you should report all staff whose position, whose position were fully or partially funded with your CSSP grant funds in the respective 6-month reporting period. And all of these staff positions should be reported in FTE terms, so full-time equivalent. And that means that if a person worked full-time for the entirety of the 6-month reporting period and was fully funded with your CSSP grant funds, that would be 1.0 FTE. But you should still make sure to include all part-time staff, staff that's only partially funded with the grant, temporary staff, overtime, contractors, and consultants. So really, anyone who was paid for their time with CSSP grant funds should be reflected on your form. But every staff member that was not full-time or not fully grant funded for the entirety of the 6-month reporting period would need to be reported in a prorated manner. So for example, if you have a full-time staff member, but the CSSP grant only covered half of their salary, you would divide that FTE in half and report them as 0.5 FTE, because only half of their salary was grant funded. The next thing to keep in mind is to report all staff by the activity that they perform and not by their job title. So let's say you have someone whose job title is program coordinator, but the function that they are funded with your CSSP grant to perform is doing trainings. In that case, you would report that staff person in the trainer category and not in a program coordinator category. So that's something that often trips people up. So that's a big thing to keep in mind to make sure you choose the correct category to report your staff. That also means that if you have a staff person who is performing multiple grant funded functions, you would need to split up their FTEs and report them in all of those categories according to the functions that they perform. So let's say you have a full-time, fully grant funded staff member who's a victim advocate by job title, but they spent 10% of their time on doing trainings. And in that case, you would report them as 0.1 trainer FTEs and 0.9 victim advocate FTEs, because that reflects how they spend their time, the functions that they perform. And we know that all of this is a lot of information to retain. So we're going to spend a little bit more time on this, and hopefully we are going to go through an example, and hopefully it's going to make it a little bit easier to grasp. And we know prorating especially is the tricky part for many people. So here we have this little cheat sheet with some calculations that you can reference that hopefully can help you with prorating and calculating your FTEs. So all of the calculations here, as you can see, are based on a 40-hour work week. It's possible that organizations have other work weeks. For example, you might have a 38-hour work week. And if that's the case, you will adjust these calculations accordingly using your 38-hour work week or whatever work week you have. So whatever your organization operates with would be the deciding factor. But for now, we're going to assume that you have a 40-hour work week. And since there are 26 weeks in the 6-month reporting period, that means a full-time staff member would work a total of 1,040 hours during the 6-month reporting period. And therefore, that means that 1,040 hours equal 1.0 FTE. So knowing that, you can then prorate your staff FTEs by taking the total number of hours that they worked during the 6-month reporting period and dividing that by 1,040 hours, and that will give you the FTE that you should report. If your staff works regular hours every week, you could also take their weekly number of hours and divide them by 40 or whatever your full-time work week is, and that will then also give you the FTE that you need. So in this example here, you have someone who worked 10 hours a week for the entirety of the 26 weeks, and 10 divided by 40 gives you 0.25 FTE. And I'm going to go through an example now to illustrate this a bit more. But also, if you have questions or if this is super confusing, I see there's some stuff happening in the chat. So I hope that Devin is monitoring that for now. And I will pause after the example so we can talk about this a bit more if necessary. So this example illustrates the two different prorating logics that I just mentioned. So first, that you need to remember to prorate staff FTEs if a staff member is not working for the entire 6 months. And secondly, that you need to remember to prorate, to report staff by job function and not title, and split and prorate their FTEs accordingly if you have a staff member who is performing multiple job functions. So let's imagine that you are completing a progress report for the 2022 July to December reporting period. And you have a full-time victim advocate who was hired and started September 1st. So this person was not working the entire 6 months. They only started September 1st, meaning they worked 4 months out of the 6-month reporting period. And this person also spent half of their time providing victim advocacy and the other half of their time on providing trainings. So they perform 2 different job functions. So how would you calculate the FTE for this staff person? So first of all, you would need to prorate their FTE based on the amount of time that this person worked on your staff. So because they only started 4 months, 2 months into the reporting period, so they only worked 4 months out of the 6-month reporting period, you would prorate the FTE, and you would do that by dividing the 4 months they worked by the 6 months in the reporting period. So you would divide 4 by 6, and that equals 0.67, and that is the FTE you would report for this staff member. But because we know the staff member performed 2 different job functions, you need to continue to prorate this FTE a bit further. So because they spend half of their time providing advocacy and half of their time providing training, we need to just split this FTE in half, which would give us 0.34 victim advocate FTEs and 0.33 trainer FTEs. Or you could move those around depending on what you feel is most accurate. So I hope this example was helpful to illustrate what this can even look like and then how to approach it. But I know it's probably a lot of information all at once. So I also want to blog a webinar that's coming up in January. I think it is January 13th, that will fully focus on calculating FTEs. So we will walk you through this again. We will provide some more examples, and there will also be more time for questions. I don't know if Devin has already put that in the chat, or otherwise I can do it. And another thing that's really helpful for many grantees is a tool that we call the FTE calculator. That's an Excel sheet that we have available for download on our website. And it has pretty thorough instructions. You can just plug in the information you have about what your staff members worked, and the tool will then calculate the FTEs for you. So that has been really helpful for many people. And I would really encourage you to check it out because it can just make your life a lot easier.
Yeah, thank you, Eliza. So I put a link to the FTE calculator in the chat, but I don't think I put a link to the FTE webinar in the chat. So if you could put that, thank you. And we did get 2 questions that I did want to read aloud because I think they might help other folks on the call. So Mark asked, the FTE instructions indicate that we should include consultants and contractors. If we use OVW funds to pay for an external consultant, should that consultant's hours be counted towards the staff FTE? This is a great question because I do think it comes up for many grantees at some point, and the answer is yes. Anyone that you are paying with grant funds to do an activity for their grant should be reported in the staff section as an FTE. So in Mark's example, he explained that they hire this external consultant to assist with analysis of data collected by the project staff in order to assess project activities. So in this case, because that's work being paid with grant funds, that grantee will want to report this person's time in the staff section. And because there is not an existing category for data analyst or anything like that, they will likely be reporting that person's time in the other category. Then it has this little box where you're supposed to type in what that person did. And so in this example, we would recommend putting in something like data analyst to that other box descriptor. And then someone else asked, how should a coordinator's time spent preparing for training count? Coordinating or training? And that is a wonderful question, Janice. Thank you for asking that. In this case, my official recommendation would be to report that portion of their time under the trainer category, because in this instance, if you're preparing for the training, that's time that is being used to support a training event or a training activity. But really, it could probably go either way, as long as the time that that coordinator spends actually doing the training, if they're the one doing it, is reflected in the trainer category. That would help show your program specialist, hey, this person is the project coordinator, but also spends some time supporting the trainings. So as long as you're making sure that all the different functions a person is supporting are reflected in their FTE, because that's really what your program specialist will use to help interpret the other activities. So for example, if you had reported 10 trainings for the current reporting period, which would probably be a lot, that's a lot of work, and then didn't have any trainer FTEs, that might cause some questions like, hey, so how did you support these trainings if you weren't paying someone to do the trainings? And you just want to make sure that, as to the best of your ability, the way the grant funds were used is reflected throughout the progress reporting form. And if you ever have any questions like this very specific example from Janice, feel free to reach out to us, and we're happy to talk out the whole situation and try to come up with the best way forward with you. So great question. Thank you for asking. Okay, I think we are, and Eliza did put into the chat the registration for the webinar on calculating staff, which is scheduled for January 13th. And you can also watch a previously recorded webinar if that date doesn't work for you. That's a video, and that also has a transcript, I believe. Yes, Lisa's nodding. Thank you for confirming that, Lisa.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll pass it back to Eliza, but if anyone else has any questions about staff, feel free to put them in the chat while Eliza moves us forward.
Okay, so I will move us on to the next sections we want to talk about, which are the training and the education sections. So these are two different sections, and they ask about different activities. And we just want to kind of talk about the difference a little bit to make sure that you know how to distinguish between the two and you know where to report what. So the training section captures all training activities for professionals to improve their response to victims and survivors as it relates to their role in the system. So what that means is this could be trainings for law enforcement or for judges or victim advocates, so that they can better respond to victims as they carry out their jobs as professionals. And it's important to note here that you should not report any trainings here that were provided to your staff members if those staff members were themselves fully or partially funded by your CSSP grant. So if you have staff members who are not CSSP funded and they receive a CSSP funded training, you can report that. But if the staff members in question are even partially funded with your CSSP grant, you cannot report them as trained in your training section. The education section, on the other hand, captures education activities that are designed to bring general information to the public. So by the general public, we mean like community groups or students, parents, community businesses, things like that. So the distinction is that education is general information aimed at the general public and not to professionals to improve their response to victims within their professional role. And both of the sections are structured similarly. They will first ask you about the number of training events or the number of education events, respectively. And then there is a question about the number of people trained, the number of people educated at those training and education events. And the form asks you to report the number of people trained and the number of people educated by the category of the people that attended. So you will report the number of law enforcement officers that were trained or the number of victim advocates that were trained in the training section, for example. And I want to note here that there is a really wide variety of what these trainings or education events look like that grantees report. So a training could be a 30-minute class, or it could be a 3-day conference. And we sometimes get questions about how to report events that have multiple sessions, because people get a little confused. Is it, if it's a 3-day conference with 5 sessions, is every session an event, or is the entire thing one event? So the guidance on that is that one event is determined by the audience that attends it. So if you have a 3-day conference where the audience is essentially the same throughout the 3 days, then you would count the entire 3-day conference as one event. If you have a course that has 5 sessions, but it's the same group of people that take this entire course, you would report the entire course as one event and not the individual sessions. So I hope that is makes it maybe a little bit easier. But again, if you have something like that where you're unsure, just give us a call and we can figure it out with you. And it doesn't look like there's questions in the call right now, in the chat right now. Sorry. So if there aren't any questions, I will pass it back to Devin to talk about the victim services section.
You, Elisa. So this is the other section on the form that can be a little different than you might assume going into it. So section D, victim services, is going to ask about all of your grant-funded victim services activities. So as the slide says, most of the data in the victim services section is required to be reported by Congress. Congress wants to know, among all the people who were seeking services, how many were served and how many could not be served with grant funds. The tricky aspect to this question is that the form is looking only for those victim survivors served and those services provided using CSSP funding. So while you might be serving a couple hundred people in your community, if it's using a variety of different funding streams, you're going to need to focus only on those services that you are CSSP grant funded to provide for the purposes of the victim services section. Now we will walk through this in greater detail, and we also have an example. And so, Elisa, if you could, oh, right, that's right. I can control this, right? No, I don't see it now like I did earlier. Sorry, Elisa, could you please go to the next slide? Thank you. So here are some key points to remember. In order to report a victim survivor on the progress reporting form, it must meet these 3 different criteria. That victim survivor must have requested a service or accepted a service once you have offered it to them. That service that they're requesting or that they accepted must be CSSP grant funded. And then finally, that person must be a primary victim of one of the 4 crimes: sexual assault, domestic violence, dating violence, or stalking. We'll talk about this in greater detail, but one thing to remember is that at the very beginning of the victim services section, where it asks how many victim survivors were either served, partially served, or not served with CSSP grant funding, is an unduplicated count. That means each person should be counted only once under the victim served question per reporting period. So even if you provided one person a service 10 times throughout the 6-month reporting period, at the beginning of the form where it asks how many victims were served, you would still report that person as one person. There's another place somewhere further into the victim services section where you can report the exact services that were provided. But they should be counted only once per reporting period, but they should be counted in every separate reporting period that they received grant funded services. So if you provided services in January and February of a year, and then again in October and November, because those are two different reporting periods, they should be counted as a victim that you served with CSSP grant funds on both progress reporting forms. The one that covers from January to June and the one that covers from July to December. So while we're on this slide that describes primary victimization, I do want to read another question from the chat. Sarah asked, does domestic violence also include familial violence or violence that occurs in the home? And that is a great question, Sarah, and it is a little bit tricky. So DV, for the purposes of this form, covers all of the crimes included in the Violence Against Women Act, as well as any crimes defined as domestic violence in your local jurisdiction. So it does vary depending on what the laws in your area are. Typically, it would not include something like child abuse, unless your jurisdiction defines child abuse as part of DV. So that's one question where it might be better to talk one-on-one, because it's going to vary around the country. So that might not be very helpful. The other thing that I'll say is there is a definition right on the form. On the progress reporting form, there are these little question mark symbols. And if you click them, a little pop-up should come up and it will have some instructions. And so at the top of the victim services section, there's a little question mark attached to that very first section that asks how many victims were served. And it does offer a definition of domestic violence there. So that might help you, but it's quite possible that you'll also need to look into your local jurisdictions, DV laws, and that's something that I'd be happy to work with you to figure out if you, have a question about it, and it can be tricky. So I will just put my email in the chat again. Happy to work one-on-one with folks if you wind up with any questions about how to interpret that. But in general, DV typically refers to intimate partner violence for the purposes of this form, and the crimes covered under the Violence Against Women Act, which has a pretty extensive definition. So also happy to work with you to interpret that on a particular basis if there's a person that you are wondering about. And another thing I'll say is if you're having a question about how to define the scope of your services for the purposes of using grant funds, that's an instance where you should work with your program specialist, because they can really help you figure out how to use your funds and still stay within the CSSP grant requirements. Because there are a lot of rules about how you can use CSSP grant funds in different ways. So that's not our territory. We can totally help you figure out how the ways you used funds maps onto the progress reporting form. But if you have a question about how you're allowed to use funds in the first place, then that's a question for your program specialist.
Devin, sorry to interrupt, but I see Sonia Acosta's hand is up.
Oh.
Acosta,
Oh,
have a question?
yeah. Thank you. It's easier for me to just say it than writing it in the chat. The
Totally
question I
understand.
have is mostly, let's suppose that people, they call us to ask for services, and sometimes we need to talk to them a little bit and try to find out whether they're eligible for this particular program. But let's say that we spend some time talking to them, but the victimization was, let's say, bullying or physical assault, which is not part of this program. So, but the person that talked to them is a CSSP staff member. So if we don't end up opening that case, how do we take on that time? How do we report that time, if at all?
Yeah, that is a fabulous question, Sonia. Thank you for asking that. And thank you for flagging that Sonia's hand was up for me, Jose Juan. I didn't see that. So thank you very much. So Sonia, if you have a person who is not eligible for CSSP grant funded services, you will not report them as a victim served in the victim services section, even though your advocate did obviously spend time and maybe provided even some crisis intervention or some kind of support. But what you can do is you can write about those requests for services and the people reaching out to your organization who were not eligible for CSSP grant funded services in the narrative. So in those questions, there's one in the victim services section that asks something like, is there any additional information about victim services that you want to give your program specialist? And then there's a lot more questions at the end of the form with many text boxes where you can describe things in great detail in your own words. And those are the places where you want to take advantage of that opportunity to talk about the ways this funding doesn't help support the need in your community and the gaps in what is CSSP grant funded or additional need out there, particularly in this one question that specifically asks, what are the remaining areas of need in your community? And in that question, you're really encouraged to go bigger and wider than the scope of CSSP grant funding. So that's a great place to talk about any additional needs or ways that this funding doesn't meet the needs in your community. But you want to be careful not to report someone who is not a primary victim of one of these VAWA crimes in the quantitative questions, the numeric questions on the form.
Okay, so they will not be even considered partially funded, partially served either.
Yeah,
It's just completely out of the equation. We might just put that in the narrative. Okay.
exactly. That's exactly right. It's like anyone who doesn't meet the very specific criteria for the CSSP grant funding is just not even considered for the purposes of this form in the victim services section.
Okay,
Which,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And it's one of those things that can be kind of disappointing or frustrating because the forms, they don't reflect the full reality of the nature of violence against, people in our communities. So, but that's why it's great that we have the narrative that you all can use to really talk directly to your program specialist. And it's something that we at VAWA MEI also read. And as I said, we try to pull out the themes and direct quotes to include in the reports to Congress. And we'll talk about that in greater detail. But, we really try to help get those messages back to decision makers so they can keep that in mind when they're making decisions about the solicitations and the laws even. And there have been times where the laws have changed based on what they hear from grantees and service providers around the country. Thank you for that question, Sonia. Oh, and this slide is exactly relevant. So these are when not to report a victim survivor in the quantitative questions on the form. So if someone is seeking only services that are not funded with your CSSP grant funds, so maybe, for example, you provide transportation and victim advocacy, but someone comes seeking emergency shelter, but you are not grant funded to provide emergency shelter, and you offer them transportation and victim advocacy, but they turn those down, they don't want them, then you would not count them in the victim services section. That also covers if someone does not accept any of the grant funded services that were offered or recommended, you would not report them. And then finally, if they're not a primary victim of these specific VAWA crimes. So in that first question in the victim services section, it asks how many victims were served how many victims were partially served, as Sonia referred to, and how many victims were not served. And so the definitions for these three categories are up on this slide. Anyone who received all of the CSSP grant funded services that they requested is considered served. I like to call it fully served to help make the distinction between someone who's served and partially served. So they're fully served if they received all of the CSSP grant funded services that they wanted. If someone receives some, but not all of the CSSP grant funded services that they requested, then they're considered partially served. So for example, if someone came to your organization seeking transportation and victim advocacy, and you are grant funded to provide both of those things, but for whatever reason, on the day they came, the victim advocate was not able to give them any victim advocacy, and that was the only time that you saw them during the reporting period, but they did get that grant funded transportation. So they got one service, but not the other grant funded service. That's when they would be reported as partially served. And we do have an additional example of this, but I see Dr. Patricia, and I'm sorry, I can't see your whole last name. Do you have a question? Okay. If anyone has a question and you would rather ask it aloud, you can unmute yourself and ask aloud. I'm perfectly fine with that. And also you can type into the chat if that is easier for you. And then finally, if someone did not receive any of the CSSP grant funded services that they were requesting, you would report them as not served. So keeping with our example, if you're grant funded to provide transportation and grant funded to provide victim advocacy, and someone comes and they are seeking both advocacy and transportation, but you're not able to provide either one, say the timing that they need just doesn't, you can't provide it in the timing that they need, then you would report them as not served. And we do have another example within the slide deck. Oh, perfect, here it is. Thank you, Elisa. And I saw that Erica was looking for examples. So hopefully these help you, but if anyone has any questions after we go through these next examples, please let me know. So let's say your program offers counseling and victim advocacy for survivors of sexual assault. A survivor requests counseling and transportation. You are able to provide counseling, but you're not able to provide transportation. How would you report this person? You would report them under sexual assault, and then would you report them as served, partially served, not served, or would you not report them? So you can use the chat to make a guess, but I understand if you don't want to take a guess, and we will give you the answer on the next slide in a minute. Okay. We got one guess in the chat. So you would report this survivor as served because they were provided with the grant funded service requested. Because in this example on the screen, transportation is not grant funded, you would not include that service in the decision. So this was a really tricky one, and I'm grateful to the people who participated in the chat to suggest that it's partially served, because it really gets at the nuance of this progress reporting form. So because the program, if we could go back a slide, Elisa. Oh, actually I can, oh, thank you. Because your grant funded services are counseling and victim advocacy, And the other service, in addition to the counseling that the survivor was requesting, is not grant funded in the example on the slide. You would not consider their request for transportation when trying to figure out if they were served, partially served, or not served. So I suspect I tripped everyone up because in my earlier example out loud, transportation was a grant funded service. So I apologize for making this extra confusing. And that is our last example on the slide deck, but we do have a victim services webinar coming up, which Eliza can put in the chat. And we also have a video on our website that's pre-recorded that goes through the whole victim services section. Because I apologize, I was informed yesterday, and I should have thought of this, that the victim services webinar is scheduled for Three Kings Day. So to anyone who will not be working that day and not available, I apologize. And I will try to keep a better eye to all holidays next season when I'm scheduling webinars. But there is a pre-recorded version. And if you want to walk through your specific victim services examples one-on-one, always happy to do that. Feel free to reach out to Eliza or myself, or to use the contact us form on our website to set up a time to talk, and we can walk through any and all examples that you want. Before we move on to narrative, I do see we got one question in the chat from Emma asking, what would counseling consist of? And that is a good question. Typically, counseling on the form is defined as support provided by a certified counselor, typically like a licensed social worker, or maybe even a psychologist, someone like that, some kind of professional counselor. And that's different from victim advocacy, which, an advocate might do lots of support that's pretty similar to counseling, listening, empathizing, trying to provide some emotional support. But if it's not being provided by like a certified mental health counselor, then typically you would report that as victim advocacy, and you would save the counseling service category as something provided by like a mental health professional of some kind or another. But if you have some questions about like where that line is, I'm happy to work through that with you, or you can also confer with your program specialist to see, how they would prefer that you're capturing the services you're providing, if you have like a really tricky particular situation. Does anyone else have any questions about victim services and how to count a person as served or partially served before we move into the narrative? Okay, I'm going to move on, but if you think of one, feel free. And again, plug one-on-one calls if that's easier for you to learn, or if you just have a very specific situation you want to work through. So section E, narrative, is actually a very important section on the form because it really helps get beyond the numbers and beyond what the numbers can say about the great work you're doing, about the impact that this funding has, about the strengths of the way your organization carries activities out. So the narrative helps provide context for the numbers in the report, because we all know that the hard numbers don't tell the full story. It's really your opportunity to put a human face to those numbers. And it helps the Office on Violence Against Women answer questions from Congress and the administration. Also, as I mentioned earlier, it can really help inform legislation. And your program specialists do read your whole narrative, and so do we at VAWA MEI. And they take into consideration what you write about there when they're thinking up, what should the priority areas in next year's CSSP grant funding be, or hey, do we need to reframe some of the way grant funds can be used. And with that, I think I will pass it to Eliza to go through a specific narrative.
Yes, thank you, Devin. Before I go over the specific narrative questions, I also wanted to mention that OVW is also encouraging you to use the narrative questions, particularly to let them know about what you find helpful or unhelpful in the training and technical assistance that OVW is offering you. They want to learn more about it, and so they're encouraging you to use the last narrative question on the form, which gives you the opportunity to just provide more information, more context, anything you think is helpful for OVW to know, to talk a bit about OVW-sponsored training and technical assistance that you received and what you found helpful about it, so that hopefully that can also be improved over time. But talking about the specific narrative questions on the form, there are 6 of them, and I will quickly walk us through them so you know what to expect. So question 42 asks you about your grant goals and objectives and the progress you made towards them in the respective reporting period. So you will answer this question every reporting period, every time. And to answer it, you will refer back to your original grant proposal or to your strategic plan if your grant had a planning year and new goals or objectives were determined. And the form will ask you about the status of the grant goals and objectives at the end of the reporting period. So there you will fill in completed, in progress, delayed, or revised. And then there is a form field where you can talk a bit about the successes and challenges that you experienced in the reporting period in working towards these goals. And then question 43 asks you about your services and resources that are specifically tailored to reach culturally and linguistically specific populations. And you are also required to answer this question every reporting period. Then there are 2 narrative questions that are only required once a year. So during the January to June reporting period, you can skip it in the July to December progress reports. And these are the narrative fields that we have mentioned before. So question 44 asks you to describe the areas of need that still remain in your community. So that's the one that is more broad, where OVW really wants to know what needs are still there in your community. Maybe there's particular challenges that you experience serving or reaching victims. Maybe there's barriers for victims to access your services. Maybe there's just not funding and not enough funding to serve everyone, or there's a particular service that you would really need, but it's just not available. So anything that you can think of, you should describe here, because OVW really wants to know from you as the people that are actually doing the work in the communities, what's going on and what is still needed. And we will go through everything and we will compile a list for OVW so that they will know what you have identified as needs. And then question 45 asks you to describe what your CSSP funding allowed you to do that you would not be able to do otherwise. So this could be that you started a new program, you were able to hire new staff or retain staff and pay them a livable wage. Maybe you were able to expand your hours or provide bilingual services that you were not able to provide before, like anything that you were able to do specifically because you now have these CSSP funds should be described here. So all your small successes, big successes, OVW wants to hear about them here. And these 2 narratives are really what helps OVW understand what are challenges, what are successes, what's working, what's not working yet. So these questions are really your opportunity to let OVW know about your work. And then there are also questions 46 and 47. These are optional. So question 46 gives you the opportunity to talk more about the effectiveness of your CSSP program. And you can use question 47, as we mentioned before, excuse me, to provide any additional information that you think might be helpful for VW and for us to know to better understand your data. So if there's some issues with your data, just make a note of it here, and then we will have that context when we look at the data. And that's really helpful, helps us understand the data better. And we know that writing these narratives can sometimes be a bit intimidating, or maybe you don't really know where to start. So we wanted to provide some examples here and kind of show you what other grantees have highlighted in the past. And I know we're kind of running out of time a little bit here. So I will briefly mention some like good tips to writing narratives and go through one example, and then you can look at the other examples in your own time. So on the slide, you can see kind of themes that other grantees have identified. And I do really want to emphasize here that CSSP grantees are already doing a really, really fantastic job with their narratives. We actually just selected some quotes from narratives to include in our next report to Congress. And it was really difficult because there were so many good ones. So that's a great problem to have. So keep up the good work. There's some really great and powerful narratives there. I think CSSP grantees are particularly doing a great job using anecdotes and examples to really illustrate how the CSSP funding is making a difference for real people in the real world. And that is really a general tip to keep in mind as you write your narratives, to include details and concrete examples and provide evidence to how CSSP funding is making a difference. And you can really use stories and examples to demonstrate the positive change and the impact in your community that the CSSP funding is making, and kind of use it to educate others. So for example, the readers of the report to Congress on what the unique challenges are that you're encountering, what your efforts are that are needed to serve culturally specific communities in particular. And we also encourage you to use the narrative question to talk about the impact that COVID-19 had on your work and on the victims that you work with. And we have already gotten really good information in the past few reporting periods, and we're keeping a close eye on that and analyzing that. So we would really like to keep hearing about that, what that impact is like. And I see Sarah has her hand up.
Yes, hi. I have a quick question. So our grant is focusing on LGBTQ folks, but also immigrants and Spanish speakers. And so I'm wondering if there is a time frame that you're considering where the primary crimes have to be occurred, and then when we start serving clients. Like, for example, I'm thinking of some issues with clients who maybe have to flee their home country due to domestic violence, and their immigration process takes a little bit longer until they can be served by us. So I'm wondering if there's specifications around that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Sarah. So the time frame in which a person seeking services experienced the violence that they're seeking services for doesn't matter at all. All that matters is that a person is a victim survivor of one of the 4 crimes: sexual assault, domestic violence, dating violence, or stalking, and that they then are seeking grant-funded service or accepting grant-funded services. So it's kind of like if a person has experienced one of those forms of violence, they're considered like a victim survivor, regardless of how long ago the violence might have occurred. So, and also it can be tricky to choose which category to put a person under if they've experienced multiple forms of violence. You know, it's pretty common that someone might have experienced both sexual assault and domestic violence, for example. And so our advice about how to report a person is just put them in whichever category that they identify with or that motivated them to come seek services from you. So I hope that answers, yeah, great. I'm glad that answered your question, Sarah. Thank you. And so because we only have 4 minutes left, Eliza, has talked some about the great, really powerful and helpful narrative that CSSP grantees are already providing on a regular basis. There are some powerful quotes in the slides, and I know the slides are available to all of you, so we're not going to read them all. But as you'll probably be able to tell from looking at them, the things that make them really good quotes, are that they're rich narrative, they have details, and they're really, they are descriptive. So hopefully they give you an idea of what makes for compelling narrative and why CSSP grantees really already do a great job of humanizing the work and putting faces to the numbers and things like that, and speaking to the impact that the funding has and the impact that your program has. And with that, I wonder, Eliza, if you would move us to the website slide. We were going to share our website, but I'm actually just going to skip that. Sorry to make that executive decision on you, Eliza. And I just want to, give you this brief overview of what's available on our website. Lots of different resources, including frequently asked questions specifically from CSSP grantees, as well as the general frequently asked questions document. The website is also where you will want to download your CSSP grant progress reporting form from. That's on the CSSP grant page. Lisa has just linked our website. And if you have any issues accessing that form, or you have any questions about any of it, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. There's our contact us form on our website, but then also Eliza and I's direct contact information is on the last slide of the presentation. So don't want to run into your break at all. So I will actually not take any more questions right now. Thank you all for being such a participatory group, though. We've had some wonderful questions all the way through. And please don't hesitate to reach out to us directly to ask questions, or to go to our website and submit a request there. And thank you all for your time and attention today. And thank you again to Esperanza United and TA and the CSSP grant program for having us here.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Devin and Lisa. Thank you so much for the information. Just to reiterate, if you have any questions, technical concerns, issues navigating the form, please reach out to us or reach out directly to Devin and Elisa. They are the experts in the form, but we're also able to help. So we're now going to go to break for 15 minutes. So we come back at 1:55 Central Standard, 2:55 Eastern. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're just situating our next presenter. And welcome back, everybody. So our next presenter is Elizabeth Delgado. Some of you have had the wonderful privilege of witnessing her amazing healing skills at our virtual CSSP Institute and other CSSP related events. And she's also presented in other webinars for our Esperanza United. It's always a pleasure to have her back in our family and our community. So with that, and she's just an amazing person overall, I have to say. With that, I'd like to welcome Elizabeth Delgado. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much, Jose Juan. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Esperanza United for inviting me back, and also for the Office of VAWA. Thank you all for having me here. And, we're going to talk about a really important and really just some radical subjects today on what culture of healing looks like for us and throughout our organizations and communities. But before we get into the workshop today, as most of y'all know in some of the work that I do, I want us to start off by taking care of ourselves, y'all. If you can move it to the next slide, please. We're going to take care of ourselves just for a few minutes, y'all. Take a little wellness stretch. We just had a little bit of a break, but I really love for us to kind of start with getting into our bodies. And the invitation in the spaces that I like to create is always the invitation is a choice for you to do this practice. It's your choice. And I also say that I want you to move with the body that you have today, right? So you could either be still, you could move slow, or you can go with the flow, y'all, right? So it's a choice. So I wanted you to just kind of slowly just take care of ourselves as we start this workshop today. We're going to be together with the next 2 hours. And so let's do a little work together, shall we? So let's start with taking care of our necks, y'all. And this is going to be slow movements. But before you move that neck, let's take in a deep breath just to allow our bodies to relax a little. And as we exhale, just bring a little small, gentle neck roll into the body. Nice and slow, y'all, right? We don't need to rush. As we just gently bring some nice, gentle, slow neck rolls. And making sure that you're breathing in and out. And we just bring some slow movement into the neck space. And then whenever you're ready, you can slowly roll that neck to the other direction. All right, taking care of it on the other side. And if y'all want to play a little bit of music in the background, you can feel free to do so nice and low. If not, no worries. All right, just allowing ourselves to take care of our bodies, y'all. And if this feels called to you, let's bring some attention to our shoulders next. And what I'd love for you all to do is as we take a deep breath in, we're going to bring up our shoulders. And as we exhale, we're going to bring our shoulders back and down. Excuse me for the clock in the background, y'all. We're going to inhale again as we bring the shoulders up. And exhale as you bring those shoulders down and back. Yes, y'all. And if you want to bring in a couple of shoulder rolls, let's just bring in a little bit more movement into our shoulders, right? We're always typing on the phones, doing something with these arms and shoulders. Take care of them in this moment. Speaking of typing and texting, y'all, let's take care of our hands, right? So we're going to do a little bit of stretching as we expand those hands out and just stretch those fingers. And then relax them. We're going to take our hands up again and just stretch those fingers. Stretch, 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 and relax. Now let's take care of our wrists, y'all, right? And let's just do a couple of wrist rolls. And just remembering to breathe as we're moving our bodies, as we're taking care of them. This allows us to release tension that we have built up in these bodies throughout our work and our day-to-day. All right, and shake, shake, shake. Let's take care of our heart spaces real quick, right? And just a little bit of, just a little bit of a heart drum here. You can bring in a little humming if you want. Clearing the heart space. We hold so much in these hearts, y'all, as you know. And then just doing just a little sweep, a little sweep, a little sweep. And then just one last stretch, if this feels called to you, is bringing the arms up towards the sky and just do a little nice spine stretch, y'all. Just reach up to that sky, nice and tall, and bring those arms down. And we're going to do that one more time, y'all, as we breathe in, as we bring up those arms up to the sky, stretching out our spines. And relaxing and just exhaling as we bring those arms back down. Good job, y'all. Great job, y'all. Give yourselves a round of applause for doing our collective wellness stretch. Drink some water if you can, if you have some tea with you. If you want to have a blanket nearby, wrap on a blanket. We're going to take care of ourselves for these next couple of hours. Let's get comfy and cozy together. So next slide, please. As we start this work today, as we continue this work, I want to also start with the land acknowledgement. To acknowledge that we are on occupied lands. Oh, you're welcome, dear. Thank you. To just honor and acknowledge that we are on occupied lands of Turtle Island. And I just want us to take a moment, take a deep breath. As we take a deep breath, as we honor the First People Nations of Turtle Island, as we honor the elders and the descendants of these nations, honoring the past, present, and future people, and whose practices and spiritualities are tied still to this very land. Kahom. Gratitude. Yes, Khan, get a blanket, get some warm socks on. Y'all have come into the colectiva space. Next slide, please. And the next thing that I want to do is acknowledge your work. We want to acknowledge all of your work. I want to take a moment to allow us to take another collective deep breath. As we take in a deep breath, as we acknowledge all of you that are here today. Acknowledging your organization, your staff and their family members, your board, your participants and their family members, your community members, your service, your work. So thank you for your work. Yes, thank you. And also honoring all of those that have come before us in this work. And all of those that are going to continue to carry this work forward after us, because we do this work until we are free. Next slide, please. Our time together is we're going to be defining a little bit about culture. What is culture? The importance of having cultural identity and bringing in healing justice into spaces. We're going to talk a little bit about how can you cultivate healing justice spaces, radical healing, wellness spaces, and for your participants, also for your staff and for your community. We'll also talk a little bit about what you are currently doing and what could you potentially do more of to bring in more healing and cultures of care into your communities and programming. And as always, we're going to do some hands-on wellness and healing practices. We're going to take care of ourselves because we all need that, right? Every day. And then we'll do a nice little takeaway at the end as well. Next slide, please. So just to talk to you a little bit about more of myself, my pronouns are she, ella, they, ellos, and I'm an employee well-being strategist. I have about 20 years of human resources experience building departments from the ground up and specifically focusing these last 5-6 years on employee wellness. I really like to focus a lot on health and human service workers because I feel that those of us who are doing the work need extra care and more than ever, especially those two in education. Along with having, can you please put it to the next slide, please? Along with having 20 years of background in HR experience, I also have been doing energy healing work since I was 19 years old, and I just turned 43 last year, y'all. So it's been a while. And definitely enjoying my 40 free is what I'm calling it. I'm reclaiming 43 to 40 free. So I've been holding a lot of space for my community, for family members, for folks here in Lawrence, where I currently live in. I want to acknowledge that I'm on Lawrence, Massachusetts, the original lands of the Nipmuc, Pawtucket, and Massachusetts people. And so being able to bring in healing, energy work, and resilience practices is really important to me. And so being an intersectional activist as well. I've been really involved in gender-based violence work and activism for the last 15 years. I actually probably should say since I was in high school, because I participated in my first protest in high school against one of our teachers who was, you know, I won't go into that story, but so I've been, and I was actually on the front page of the paper, which was awesome at 17 years old, always an advocate. But yeah, so really building a lot of advocacy awareness. And also, as I'm the co-founder of V-Day Lawrence here in my local community, where we really brought in the vagina monologues and the V-Day movement into our city to really bring voices and stories for survivors. I consider myself to be a space holder for folks. And I'm also an appreciative inquiry workshop facilitator. I believe in bringing appreciative inquiry where we focus on what's working well and doing more of what's working instead of focusing on the problems. I also identify as a disabled Taino Boricua and reclaiming my Indigenous spirituality practices. And I'm also a mompreneur, y'all. I have a beautiful 19-year-old daughter, and I'm all of these parts, these are all different parts of myself with who I am, but I'm also a survivor. You know, since the very age of 6, I also witnessed a lot of domestic violence in my home. I also witnessed, you know, trigger warning, a lot of street violence with witnessing my father, things that happened to him in my home, also being abused myself as a child by my stepfather, and so many different ways that I've been impacted as a woman, as a Latina, as an Indigenous woman, as a queer person. You know, it's really brought me to where I am today. My healing journey, my self-care and my resilience and my wellness practices. You know, if it wasn't for those and for mentors and coaches and social workers and caseworkers that helped me in my journey, I wouldn't be here where I am today. And that's why I'm so dedicated to this work that I do. And so combining my HR experiences, my energy healing work and my activism, I created Colectiva Wellness and Healing, because this is my life purpose in creating healing and wellness spaces for those who are most oppressed, and especially for survivors, which I also call champions. And so our mission, thank you, Jose Juan. And so our mission at Colectiva Wellness and Healing, I'll talk a little bit about what we do in my organization, is we provide programs that elevate the collective well-being through cultures of care and healing. We collaborate and work with organizations, with communities and individuals, and learning together and providing resilience tools, healing practices, and programs that elevate our collective well-being. And our approach is through the trauma-informed approach, principles of safety and collaboration and choice. Choice is so important. Trustworthiness and empowerment. And we also interweave appreciative inquiry, social, racial, and healing justice and disability justice into our work. Next slide, please. We specialize at Colectiva Wellness and Healing in contributing to co-creating cultures of care and healing across organizations and communities nationwide. The first programs that we offer for employee wellness is our Cultures of Care program, where we really take organizations through a journey and a framework of what culture of care looks like through self-care, team care, organizational care, where the employees are creating what culture of care looks like. So it's coming from the employees and not from a top-down approach. We also provide staff retreats for organizations, whether they're appreciative inquiry, employee wellness, or healing justice retreats. We work and focus with nonprofits, health and human service organizations, and also state agencies. And then the community healing aspect of our work is that there is no healing without community healing, right? So we have to provide healing spaces in our communities. So me being from Lawrence, Massachusetts, I live in a predominantly Latino, Latinx community, right? If anybody here heard of Lawrence, Massachusetts, y'all, because we make the news all the time, unfortunately, but we are a rich community, rich in resources. But our population is predominantly about 85% Latino. We have the biggest Dominican population in the country, aside from New York. We also have a lot of Puerto Ricans, South Americans, Central Americans as well. We also have a really big Vietnamese and Cambodian population, and a really big Haitian and South African population that's starting to come in as well. And so we are very diverse. We consider ourselves a city of immigrants, and we pride ourselves in being a city of immigrants. And so this is a predominantly BIPOC community. And so when I look at my community, right, I think of what are some of the ways that my community can heal? What are some ways that I can offer services to them? And so we do healing movement workshops to bring in movement, right, through dance. We offer various support groups. We also do queer open mics, which is also going to get revamped to karaoke next year for 2023, because I am the karaoke queen, and it just brings so much joy into spaces when people are singing and expressing themselves. But we really want to, support our LGBTQ folks. I also provide QT BIPOC retreats and spiritual healing, one-on-one spiritual healing work with folks who need that one-on-one support. And then we also bring in creativity, because I really believe that art and healing intersect. And so we try to bring in art into some of our offerings. So we do paint nights in the community. We just did a Bad Bunny paint night like 3 weeks ago, which was really fun. I should have put the pictures up there. And so next slide, please. One of the things that I want to highlight in my presentation is that about 90% of the pictures that you see here are all my photos from offerings that I do in the community. And I'm really proud of these images and these photos that I'm sharing with you today. So, culture, right? La cultura cura, right? La cultura cura. Culture heals. So why? Why culture, right? We humans are one of the most dynamic species on this earth, y'all, right? We are. And human culture and cultural practices can impact our biology, growth, and development. Our ability to change both culturally and biologically has enabled us to persist for millions of years, right? And to thrive in diverse environments. We know that cultural identity matters because cultural identity is an important contributor to people's well-being, right? Identifying with a particular culture gives people feelings of belonging and security. It also provides people with access to social networks, which provide us support and shared values and aspirations. And those values, the beliefs, morals, and communication and the practices that we share in common provide us with a shared sense of purpose and a valuable collective identity. Emile Durkheim, who's a French sociologist, revealed through some of his research that when people come together to participate in rituals, that they reaffirm the culture that they hold in common. And that in doing so, they strengthen the social ties that bind them together. And really that in culture, it's important for us to remember that it's important because it's a reflection of a community or a nation. This makes culture a vital and important factor of how the community reacts, how it responds, and how it grows. Right? Culture gives us a sense of belonging, especially when you walk into the room and everyone's speaking the same language as you. It's like, oh, right? You just feel that connection. And that's why culturally specific programming is so important. Because many of us know that many people lose their cultural identity, especially when they experience trauma, right? We see that in so many of our participants, many of them who are fleeing their homes, their communities, and their countries for safety. And many of them are losing their identity and cultural identities. And so, yes, culture can be a force of oppression and domination, but also it can be a force for creativity, resistance, and liberation. And so healing justice matters because healing justice aims to address widespread generational trauma from a systemic violence and oppression by reviving ancestral healing practices and building new, more inclusive ones. Building new inclusive spaces where we can create healing practices, where we are reducing the impact of stress and trauma on our bodies and our nervous systems. To normalize, right? For us to normalize that healing is part of our culture, right? We need to normalize healing as part of our culture and to talk, even talking about it, right? Next slide, please. One of the things I wanted to just talk about real quick as I was putting this presentation together about La Cultura Cura and just like normalizing healing is that I was in an arts bodega event last weekend, and we do it in a cafe bookstore in our local community here in Lawrence called El Taller. It's the best bookstore cafe you will ever go to. And we had arts and healing. It was arts bodega, but I was there doing my healing sessions, there with my maracas, you know, providing healing for our community because our community needs it. And folks were there doing their sessions as we're having the arts bodega going on. And I remember towards the end of the event, I had another practitioner come up to me, and they were not from our community, actually. They were outside from our community. And they said, I've never seen a practitioner do healing work in public like that. Like, that's really interesting. And I said, why not? You know, we need to normalize it. Our people need to see that we are healing. Our people in our culture, so many of our generations have been doing this work for hundreds of years, healing in community, right? So we need to bring that forward again. We need to normalize it. So what does a culture of healing look like, right? We need to bring in more cultures of healing and bring in healing in all different types of spaces, y'all, because cultures of healing really help us to promote safety, helps us to promote healing, helps us to promote connection and community. Oh, one of the things I was actually going to mention about the arts bodega last week is that I held space for a queer male identifying person, and he's never had energy healing work before, and he released so much. And he told me that he's part of the board of the book cafe that we belong to, and he says that, you know, he feels really safe there doing work there, that in his home he can't really feel safe. So it was just, I thought that it was just really interesting how he was open to having his healing session in public, but in a space that feels really safe for him, because that's where he does a lot of his community work. And he's a board member there. So yeah, so what does a culture of healing look like? That's a prime example, right? But also cultures of healing look like accessibility, right? Access intimacy. That is a phrase that was coined by Mia Mingus when we think about disability justice, right? When we think about healing and what does a culture of healing look like, we have to think about our most oppressive siblings, and our disabled community is always the last people to be thought of. And so bringing access, intimacy, and accessibility into some of your offerings and programming will be really important, right? Making sure that we're bringing in activities that we're honoring for all bodies, disabled and abled. One of the things that I said in the beginning of the workshop was, I want you to move with the body that you have today, that you can move slow, you can be still, you can move slow or go with the flow. That's an invitation for you to move with the body that you have. And so bringing access, intimacy is really important into these spaces, making sure that you have elevator access, right? If you're having an event in the second floor, making sure that you have ABL interpretation services. Esperanza United is amazing for bringing accessibility into their programming. And I love how they also ask when you're registering for their events, what can we do to make this space accessible for you? I love it, right? So making sure that you are bringing in accessibility, it is a culture of healing. Trauma-informed spaces. I'm sure a lot of you all are already offering trauma-informed spaces and incorporating trauma-informed practices into your services, right? But making sure that when you're offering any types of programming that you're having your two facilitators there, right? That's what makes it most importantly trauma-informed. So if anybody else needs additional support, you have another person there. Right? Making sure that we are asking and encouraging folks to bring in a comfort item, right? Bring in a blanket, bring in a pillow, you know, maybe some sensory items to help them support them during a workshop or a specific program that you have them, or just even have them in your offices. Blankets, right? Someone already loved the fact that I gave them the option to bring in a blanket. And choice, right? Choice is so important, giving them choice to be in or out of the practice, giving them a choice to just be in the space, just observe, right? And so trauma-informed spaces could be both physical and virtual. This was actually this picture here. I love this photo of, I don't know if they're here today or if they were one of the awardees. I had sent them the application, but Haven is a really amazing gender-based violence organization in Bosman, Montana, and we did a 12-week vicarious trauma program for their staff to help support them. And every week when we met, we had them bring their comfort items with them. And as you can see, like people brought socks, their pets, you know, like jewelry. I brought my maraca with me. People were drawing and just allowing ourselves to have these comfort items, right? Because it's important for us to be in our bodies when we're doing some of this work, right? To do something that's, you know, we're moving, right? Doing something where we're coming back to our bodies and somatically moving, right? Creating a culture of healing is being able to have spaces where we're being able to allow folks to move out the trauma, move out the stress. We know so many of our participants come in closed, right? They can't even move sometimes because they've been so impacted. And so doing practices that can help them to move their bodies. In my community here in Lawrence, we've been doing this healing movement workshop where we are doing bomba. We're using bomba music and Afro-Caribbean music to help the women in our community move out the trauma. And it's culturally specific and it's trauma-informed based, where me and my compañera, who's a psychiatrist, you know, we hold down the space together. And so it's a really great way for women and non-binary and trans folks to just come in and just move out the stress through their body, through the skirts, through movement, right? Collaborate with healers in your community. Collaborate with folks who do this type of work. If you don't have folks in your community that specialize in this, collaborate with other folks to bring in these ancestral practices that can help connect them. I wanted to share a quick story. I have a lot of stories, y'all. On an experience that I had last week. I led a trauma-informed yoga class at a DV shelter here in Lowell. And it was me and my compañera, right? Storytelling is so important to healing. I know, Jose Juan, right? So me and my compañera were leading this trauma-informed yoga class, and it was for participants and for their community members. And we prepared ourselves, right? We had a safe space room just in case if there was anyone in the class that couldn't participate in the yoga class, that they would go to this room where we had blankets and pillows and teas and a self-love box that had all these really great items, like shoulder, like a heating shoulder pad. It had sensory items in it. It had like Benoit balls, essential oils. So it was a really great box. People can just have fun in. But anyhow, when I was setting up, we had a participant come in, and it was a participant that was in crisis mode, like crisis mode. And I prepared myself, but I didn't fully prepare myself, you know, like it was kind of, you know, but I introduced myself to her. I gave her the choice to be in the class, to sit down, whatever she needed. But when we went to start the class, I can tell that she needed to be in the safe space room. And so I brought her into the safe space room because, you know, she needed a safe space to be able to process, but she just wasn't there with all the rest of the other community members, right? The community members were other participants, yes, but also staff. It was a diverse group. And so I took her into the safe space room and just needed to just hold her, literally. And again, asking her, right? I put the blanket on her, asked her if it was okay if I can just hold her, you know, and I held her for I don't even know how long. But after she was able to release, and it had been 6 weeks since her assault, she was like this the whole time, and she couldn't look at me. She wouldn't look at me, right? And so I'm like, I know that she's been in this position for weeks. And so once she was able to just like release just through crying, and she even told me, I haven't been able to cry this out yet, you know, but I just held space and just allowed her to just cry it out. And then I noticed that she wanted to move. Like she came to the yoga class because she wanted to do some work, right? But I had to meet her where she was at. And so my goal for her yoga class really was for her to just move her neck, just to slowly move her neck. and then just slowly move to the other side, and then slowly move her shoulders, right? That's really all I wanted her to do for our time together. And she did it, right? Slowly, like we were literally moving like millimeters, like little movements, because I know that her body had been through a lot. So I took her through a few little stretches and everything. And then after we did some stretches, you know, she kept apologizing to me that she couldn't look at me in the eye. And I said, you don't need to apologize. You know, it's okay. I wanted her to, like, I was gauging like how she could move her neck because she was also recovering from injuries as well. But I wanted her to just, you know, use her hands to do some progressive muscle relaxation because she kept saying how angry she was. And I can tell that like the anger was again in her body. And so progressive muscle relaxation, which we're going to do some practices later on, is the practice of tensing up and releasing, right, your muscles. It helps. It's a really great practice to do to release anger in a really safe place, right, in a safe way, in a nonviolent way, right? And so I had her doing progressive muscle relaxations and breathing and just letting it go. And she was like, can we do that again? I was like, hell yes, we can do that again. And so we did some progressive muscle relaxation throughout her body. And then from there, and I was just, you know, taking the time to also just watch how her body was reacting to things, right? Because we didn't want to overwhelm her either. Just meeting her where she was at. And so we were able to do some stretching, right? Some progressive muscle relaxation. And then also a little bit of sweeping and shaking, some body sweeping, and then shaking, which again, we're going to do a little bit of later on. But within those 2 hours that we were in that space, and I was able to just meet her where she was at and just bring these practices, simple practices that got her in her body and it was able to release. I'm not trying to like put myself on a pedestal or anything, y'all, but she left that room no longer this way, but she left the room about here. And that to me was huge. And I know that I was meant to be there for her that day. I was so grateful that I was there for her that day, to hold space and to be there for her and just meet her where she was at and just do some simple movements with her. I'm actually going to be seeing her now on a weekly basis. And I checked in with her a couple of days ago and I said, how are you doing? And she said, for the last 3 days, for the first time in 6 weeks, I'm actually able to hold my head up and my shoulders are no longer shrugged in front of me. She hasn't been able to hold her head up in 6 weeks, y'all. You know, the shame, right? But getting her in her body and releasing somatically shifted something for her. It shifted healing in her body. And it shifted healing in her journey. So simple things, and we're going to teach some of these practices today so you can also teach your participants, right? Right, slow and easy, that's right? Slow and easy, centering the survivor, right? Meeting them where they're at, that's right. So I was just like so grateful that I was there for her and that we connected, like, oh, anyhow, y'all. And so coming back to our bodies, coming back to land, right? Teaching our participants to come back, to be in their bodies, to come back to land, right? Connecting to the land, bringing in earth-based practices, ancestral practices that can help us. Because when we connect to our bodies, we connect to land and vice versa, right? But being able to ask our participants what kind of practices that they connected with, right? When we bring in these earth-based practices and when we connect to land, it helps us to remember that we have practices that help us to self-preservation, for self-determination, for healing and liberation, y'all. And it is possible. It is possible. So interweaving these types of frameworks, right? Accessibility, ancestral practices, somatic practices, trauma-informed spaces, allowing participants to go on forest bathing, like little excursions or even hiking trips, right? Helps us to build connection, maybe even doing plant walks, connecting with local herbalists in your community to do plant walks and teach folks how to make their own medicine with the local plants, right? Next slide, please. And so really connecting with your community and their culture, right? Connecting with their culture. We know that when we bring in a culturally responsive services and spaces, that it provides our participants with the same emotional response as they have for family, right? Like when you bring in culturally responsive programming and services, strangers have this instant connection when they learn that they're part of the same culture, right? How many times have you gone to a conference or you're in a space and like sometimes you see like the only other BIPOC person in the room, you know, or the only other person that literally looks at you and you just literally gravitate towards each other naturally. It literally happened to me just a few months ago when I went to a conference. And so, right, and so strangers, that builds that instant connection. So I want to encourage you all to don't be afraid to do culturally specific only groups. And what I mean by that, like get radical with your approach. Like don't be afraid to do trans only events or programming, right? Events only specifically for your AAPI populations, events specifically for women only, right? Or for Black women only, for Indigenous women only, or whoever is the culture that is most, you know, the most population that you have in your communities, right? So really tapping in to your own communities and seeing what they need. So for example, here in these photos, I host, like I mentioned, an LGBTQ open mic in my community every quarter. And so this is an opportunity for our queer and trans folks to really come up and just express themselves and have a safe space. We don't have any spaces here in Lawrence for that, y'all. Like literally, there's none. There's none. And so our trans brother here, our trans sibling, you know, he comes in every quarter and brings his journal and reads his journals and community. And this is healing for him. This is healing. Creating BIPOC. This is a picture of my BIPOC retreat that I did last July as well, right? Creating spaces for these folks to feel safe. And so many of them commented to me that they've never been to a BIPOC retreat, only a BIPOC only retreat before. And that they wanted more of this in their life. They were seeking BIPOC community, seeking more BIPOC spiritual community. Right. So if you have specific populations, connecting with them, one of my friends too, and just meeting people where they're at, like I talked about. So during COVID, I was offering like healing movement dance parties online. And one of my friends, Bahira, who's Punjabi and from Pakistan, she had reached out to me personally and she said, Elizabeth, I really want to go to your healing movement workshops, but in my culture, I was taught not to dance. And so it's really hard for me to dance because I was taught that I can't, that I shouldn't, it's part of her culture. She was not allowed to. And so she's like, can you offer something else? Like maybe a yoga class or something, or, something where I could still be in my body that feels safe for me. And so I created a body love yoga class just for her and for anybody else, who wanted to move, but maybe dancing was too much for them because culturally it's not accepted. And so really being able to listen to your community, their needs, and offering different modalities and different programming. Offerings that can really help people feel connected to their culture. And again, being courageous and culturally specific. Get radical, y'all, right? Like people feel seen and safe when they're in spaces where others look and speak like them. They really do. And also bringing in, ways to heal. We can heal through our own cultural foods, through our own cultural music, through our language, through our own lands, right? Spaces and ancestral practices. So, just really being, bringing in those. And don't also be afraid to bring in cultural snacks and like teas or coffee, things like that, that again, connect with folks' culture. Next slide, please. when you're hearing me talk a lot about culture and community, right? It's so important for us to ask our community, what do you all want? Right? Giving them a choice and a voice in the process. And even asking these specific questions when you're doing these workshops or holding these specific services and programs, and, making sure that you're asking folks for their pronouns, right? If you want to do a community needs assessment for your community, right? Asking specific questions will be really important. Like, what can we do to make the this space feel safe? We always ask that question in our healing movement workshop. And we even put in parentheses, you want hugs, tea, pillows, blankets, what do you need? And everyone's like, yes, 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 and yes. And then you also are getting their consent too, right? To what they want and what does a safe space look like? Asking other questions like, what does healing look like for you? And you can even personalize these specifically, again, to your communities. What are cultural practices that you would like to reconnect with? And my favorite is also, do you have any accessibility needs that we can support? Right. So just if you want to even do like a quick, 5, 6, 7 question survey to your community, if you want to start offering more healings programming, get a sense of what do they want? What do they need? And adapt your programming to their needs. Next slide, please. So as I said, y'all, don't be afraid to bring a little bit of radical healing justice into your approach. And what I mean by that is doing things that are out of the ordinary, right? That are out of the ordinary that you normally don't see, right? When we talk about normalizing healing, right? This is bringing different radical approaches to it. And so one of the things that was pretty radical for us in our community that we did is we held community healing circles in the park, in the common park. And we would create circles, people coming together, and we would pray, we would meditate. I would also do healing. I would do energy healing work on folks. This is me here, right? Giving folks energy healing work. So after we did some of the work, people would just lay down and rest. And then me and a couple of other energy healers would come by and just do energy work with them. And this is in the common park, y'all, where people are walking by, people are playing dominoes, on the park, and, kids are playing in the park, and people are seeing this. But to us as a Latino community, this is radical, because most folks would look at us and would say, eso es santería, eso es brujería, right? That's witchcraft, right? And so being able to bring in something different, right? But it's not, we're not doing that, right? We're just taking care of ourselves and healing in community. Yes, Erica, do you have a question? I'll take. Okay. Oh, okay. No worries. No worries. Thank you though. So that's radical for us, right? Doing this in a public place at the park. Also bringing activism, right? Bringing activism into spaces. Take back the night, the Brides March, right? Finding other ways that our participants can be. Need to be mindful of one's family culture, subculture. Yes, I agree. I agree. Absolutely, yes. So activism and advocacy is also another way, right? Radical approach, right? Some folks have never participated in a Take Back the Night event or a protest, so giving just different opportunities for different folks to be involved in. On the International Elimination Day of Violence on November 25th, we did, what is it called? When you just do a demonstration, my words are, a bunch of us came together and just went in front of City Hall and we did this demonstration. My words are kind of not coming to me, but I think y'all know what I mean. But it was really powerful. We came together, and not a protest. When people just randomly come together, when you plan to come together and then you just do this performance out of the blue, you know what it is. It's something, it'll come to me, y'all. It'll come to me, the word. Anyways, it'll come to me, trust me. So flash mob, yes, thank you, the money, flash mob. A flash mob, yes. Right. And this was, again, like, really hard for some folks to participate in this flash mob. But again, like I was part of the initiatives. And so we're also just bringing in like some somatic practices and teaching folks how to navigate anything that was coming up for them while we did the flash mob. Also, storytelling is another really great way for folks to be able to connect, right? Especially those of us who sometimes feel alone. And, you know, especially a lot of us who come in who are immigrants and are refugees and folks in the diaspora who are feeling disconnected from their culture, you know, bringing in storytelling, where, you know, I put the little fire there. We did some storytelling, you know, and having people share their stories and just hearing from other folks lets them know that they're not alone in the struggle. And then we also do some community altar building when we have specific workshops, specific programming. You know, we bring a lot of intentionality and we ask folks to bring in something for the community altar that represents their intention for the specific program that we'll be doing. And so, you know, really bringing in ceremony, rituals, joy, you know, into spaces. And again, it really allows people to be part of the process and contribute to that collective healing that's happening. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take a few minutes to have you all think about what are some of the current healing practices or programs that your organization offers to the community. I want you all to just take a few minutes to just write down what are some current healing practices or programs that your organization is currently offering to the community. And if you're not, and if you are, yes, please write some of them down, but just make a quick list. And then what could you do more of? If you're not doing any right now, what could you potentially do more of? And I'm going to give you all about 5 minutes to write these down. Just take a moment. And with the hopes of sharing after, if anybody wants to share afterwards. But let's give ourselves 5 minutes. So we're just going to give you all another minute. And then I'd love to hear from you all. All right, y'all. So I'm seeing some really great comments and some best practices coming in. So Crystal Graham says using art to heal. Absolutely, Crystal. Yes. When I was doing a lot of my work with V-Day, every year we would have a warrior art healing party where we would create our own warriors and what our warrior selves would look like. And it was always really fun. I love that. Our organization provides Latina communities in Orlando, spiritual community healing and art for healing for children witness of domestic violence. I love that, Diana. Yes. I love that. Keep up that good work. We offer our staff a monthly healing session, collectively pick the resources. Yes, I love that you're allowing staff to pick their own resources, giving them a voice in the process. So important. And your mask creating session, I was laughing and just smiling when I heard that. That is so important, right? To do masks. I'm curious, what kind of masks did you all make? Sonia. And if anybody wants to speak up and bring their voice into this space too, you're always more than welcome as well. I'd love to bring in some voices into the space. Sonia, we could have a Temasca later to do storytelling. Yes. So we could even have a fire and do some healing dance. I love it. I love it. Queer and transplant healing. Sarah, Centro Multicultural, Sweat Lodge, medicine making, ancestral food workshops. Yes. Healing circles with music, voice lessons. I'm loving this, y'all. Mandala art. Yes. Collective cooking was a hit with the queer and trans folks. I love that, right? And also noticing, right? I love that y'all are noticing what was the big hits, right? The mask class was a big hit. Music too, right? Collective cooking class was a big hit with the queer and trans folks, right? So seeing like what works well, right? What's working well and doing more of that. If you see that you're offering specific programming and no one is showing up, right, maybe you need to shift it a little bit. Art-based healing. I'm loving how you all are doing a lot of art-based stuff. Yes, acupuncture. See us expand into storytelling, breathwork, and other opportunities for staff. Yeah, it's so important for us to take care of our staff, Rachel. You have a specific model for Black and African American women. I love that, Olivia. Yes, yes. Thanks, y'all. I'm loving all of these activities and programming that you all are doing. And so if there's anything else that, you want to do more of it, that you're getting some ideas from this workshop, I'm going to just, feel free to write them down as we're going to be in our time today. But, these are so inspiring. Thanks you all for sharing some of these initiatives, storytelling through art. Yes. I'm loving it. Keep up the great work, y'all, please. If anybody, so we're going to take a 5-minute break really quickly. We're going to come back. If y'all want to go to the restroom, drink some water, get some tea, refill up on some tea or anything like that, feel free to do so. If anybody has any questions or anything so far, feel free to send me a message. Support groups in different languages, Priscilla. Yes. In different communities, sharing cultural foods and dances. I love that. Yes. And I would agree with that, especially in different languages. We are trying to start PFLAG support group in Spanish here for our parents in our community. And we're kind of struggling to find that, but I have hope that we're going to find that. So I'm glad to see that you all are doing that for specific languages. All right, y'all. 5-minute break. If you all want to cue a little bit of music, we'll be back. We'll be back in 5 minutes after the song ends.
Cultura, para la cultura, cultura. Sofía, para la cultura, tengo la cura, bailo lo que me dura. Como soy mexicana, igual hasta mañana, toda la semana, a estas alturas. Para la cultura, esa figura es una escultura. Yo vengo de España con sabrosura, dándole caña a esa cintura. Siento que esta noche yo voy a dejarte sin aliento, con sentimiento. Pa' la cultura,
see. Todo el mundo brincando. This is the place to be. Esto es para la cultura. Que el ritmo no pare. Dale como dale, don dale. Yo tengo la cura para todos los males. Mueve la cintura y no pare.
Ahora que veo ese movimiento, lo que yo presiento es que tú quieres rumba y mami. Baila más abajo y dale lento. Pa' la cultura y pa' que se prenda y mari. Ya veo llegando las cubanas, vienen con las colombianas y me dicen que trajeron pa' mí. Unas amigas dominicanas con todas las de Puerto Rico que llaman todos los panas pa'l party. Que ellas aguantan presión, quiere que le agarre el traje y la pegue a mi pantalón pa' subirle la emoción. Y nos vamos de misión duro hasta el otro día pa' matar la tentación.
Pa' la cultura, 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 pa' la cultura, cultura, cultura.
Se activa la rumba, manos al aire. Que suena todos los latinos, quiero que griten. Que tenemos sangre de guerrero, de PR para el mundo entero. Que estamos en alta y no hay quien nos baje.
Pa' la cultura, pa' la raza, como decía Blanco, tire el otro paso, avanza. Esta es la música que suena y no te cansa. Dale mamacita y ponte pa' la danza. Bailalo tú, tra, tra, bucutú. No le bajes ni dos, esa es la actitud. Bailalo tú, tra, tra, bucutú. No le bajes ni dos, esa es la actitud.
Pa' la cultura, 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 pa' la cultura, cultura, cultura.
Yo soy como Richard, yo no los veo. Yo soy el CEO de ese meneo. Hotel donde llego, yo tengo el seteo. Volando muy alto, yo no los veo. Es pa' decirte que estás pa' montarte en el taxi. No te toques casi, un perreo nazi. Full kamikaze, hicimos todas las disciplinas de vuelta al jet. Mami, mucho hielo en el cuello. O lo rolas tú, o lo rolo yo. Fashion killer bitch, modelo en New York. L.A.L.O.
Pa' la cultura, 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 pa' la cultura, cultura, cultura.
¿Dónde están las nenas más duras? Prende fuego y locura. Esa que no tiene censura. De seguro es sangre latina pura. Súbele, bebé, un poquito más. Hasta que el bajo te ponga a vibrar. Pa' la cultura, bebé. Talía.
Pa' la cultura, 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 pa' la cultura, cultura, cultura.
Hey, UNITY is the movement. Everybody here is all the same, we know the truth is. Most of what we seeing on the news is just useless. How could we excuse this? We cry to our preacher. These days we too afraid to call police ya. I can't be no slave to what you think I say. Obrigado, te amo, but I really do it for my people.
I brought you something close to
All right, everyone. Hope everyone had a good break. And I'm so happy to see that we've been building in intentional wellness breaks throughout today and the last 2 days. So important for us to have these small moments of wellness, take care of ourselves. So if we can bring it to the next slide, please. All right. So I'm glad someone had mentioned earlier that their staff gets to choose how they want to participate in their care and healing, because that's what I really want to talk about in this second portion of our workshop is, yes, right, it's so important for us to provide these healing spaces for our participants in our community, but what about our staff, right? What about our staff? Our staff who are the ones, that was a little timer for our break, right? But what about our staff, right? Our staff are the most important people in the organization. They're the ones running the program, right? The ones doing the work, right? The ones who are on the grounds every day. And so it's important for us to invest in the healing of our employees, to invest in the healing and the care of our employees. Investing in employee well-being programs and benefits is essential and a top priority when building into the annual budget or even strategic planning. It is essential to be building these in. And as you're building in your strategic plans, right? Really asking yourselves, having the board ask, how are we taking care of our staff and interweaving culture of healing into their care? How are we incorporating moments of wellness, moments that staff can take for themselves, whether it's incorporating it into our staff meetings, or we're doing a mini little dance party to bring in some joy, right? Or whether it's bringing in breath work practices, cleansing ourselves. So really thinking about what are the different, if there's any new policies, any new programs that you can bring in to support your employees. A lot of the programs that we provide in Colectiva is our approach is really having the employees co-create together what the culture of healing and care looks like. So it's coming from the employees, right? And giving them a voice in the process, because your employees know what's best and what they need for care, right? We can't tell them, they know what's best, they know what they need. And so asking them and creating these cultures of care together collectively will also help to retain them as well, because they feel like they're part of the process and part of the team and co-creating this. Yes, I'm glad you would do that. I'm glad you give them self-care time and paid as well. Thank you, Dr. Patricia. Yeah, and so being able to normalize, like I mentioned earlier in our time in our workshop, right? Normalizing healing practices, not only for our participants in our communities, but also within our organizations, right? Normalizing time off. Yes, Dr. Patricia, normalizing mental health days. And also having conversations and normalizing about the realities of burnout and VT exposure. Like, it's real, right? And a lot of the times we just keep doing the work, and we don't stop to realize that. And I know sometimes a lot of us are like, if we even talk about that, we'll never stop. But no, we need to talk about these things. We need to talk about how we're being impacted by this work, right? We need to provide these healing spaces and these days off as time off for our staff, and also bring in these moments to have these conversations, right? Even if it's outside of supervision. Next slide, please. I read this really great publication on ResearchGate, and it's from 2015. So, it's a little old, but there's not a lot of data out there. And if anybody can find some more, please share it with me. But there's not a lot of data that talks about retention for gender-based violence workers, right? And how can we support them in creating cultures of care? I read this article and it was really great. And they talked a lot about how important, again, that culture matters, right? To our staff, culture truly matters. And it talked a lot about how when advocates, and just like anyone, whether we're an advocate or not, but when we're around supportive cultures, right? When advocates are around supportive cultures, they express less frustration and we're more likely to continue employment. While advocates that had a less supportive culture expressed more frustration and were more likely to leave the domestic violence field, or even just get a promotion somewhere within the field to create more of a macro level change, right? And so it's important for us to be able to create these cultures of care even within our organizations. Next slide, please. And I'm more than happy to share this publication. I forgot to put the resource on the other slide. My apologies. And so what does a culture of care look like versus an unsupportive culture of care? And I know that this is not new things that you're hearing, right? But for some folks really need to hear this, right? Some folks really need to hear this because we are so caught up in the day-to-day operations that we don't take this time to think about this, right? So culture of healing and care really brings in the spirit of connection and collaboration, and it improves unity. It builds unity within the organization. People find comfort in knowing that they're not alone in their own, right? Especially with stress and exposures of VT. When they can talk about these and have spaces to heal and have the conversations, it helps to find confidence in one another, right? It also helps to promote internal and external empowerment. It empowers your staff when we're bringing in cultures of care. It also helping to remove the hierarchy and silos, because I know many of us work in silos in this field, right? And we have this hierarchy that exists. And so being able to remove some of that hierarchy from our leadership positions and really get a little bit more involved in management and staff, and maybe even have an open door policy, you know, where folks know that they can come and speak to you and that you are there as a person who is going to hold space, right? I'm hoping that, you know, creating a culture of care would allow that your staff can feel really comfortable to come to you if they're feeling burnt out or if they're feeling that they need some additional support, right? And so that's why it's important for us to normalize and have these conversations. And also just the emphasis of self-care, the PTO, the flexible schedules. Also having flexible schedules is important because we know that life is also up and down sometimes, right? And so we need to have that flexibility. And sometimes you just never know where your staff member might be. They could wake up one day and just not be in the place to go to work. Maybe they had a really, really tough case the day before and they're feeling it, right? So being able to be flexible and doing some cross training as well will really help in case if your staff member's not there, that someone else can help pick up. And so being flexible, there's a lot of organizations that are also going into 36-hour work week. There's a lot of organizations actually that have been incorporating that, and it's actually, they're seeing that it's helping to decrease absenteeism. And it's also helping to increase people's focus and productivity in what they're doing. So I encourage you to look into that if that's something that you'd be open to. And then unsupportive and demoralized culture, right? Again, I don't need to get too much into this, but employees who feel devalued and isolated, right? That means that they don't feel that they have a safe space that they can go talk to. Maybe their manager or their supervisor is uninvolved in them and just maybe it's too busy handling other things to be able to give them that space, right? Or maybe sometimes there's also just a lack of awareness, which is why I really ask management to really kind of have that open door policy if you can, or building in times in your schedule where it's, you know, community, where there's community. We used to do open houses. Open houses where our executive director used to have an open house once a month. And, you know, she would just come into the conference room and we would just have coffee and, you know, donuts, and she would just be able to just listen to the employees. Right. And so being able that you have an awareness of where your staff is at, and also an awareness for their levels of burnout. Unsupportive, demoralized cultures is also a lack of wellness programs or lack of wellness care policies, right? Making sure that we are implementing employee wellness benefits, programs, policies to help keep your employees well. Because what we want to do, right, is we want to reduce those high turnovers and those call outs. That's another sign that you have an unsupportive culture, is when you have a really high number of turnover and call outs. And then also discouraging time off. So Dr. Patricia, I'm glad you encourage your employees because other organizations that I've heard from, or other employees that I just hear from, you know, a lot of times when they're asking for it, they get discouraged for it. So I really just encourage you all to encourage the folks to take time off. And again, removing those hierarchies. Next slide, please. And yes, employees really do appreciate being lifted up. This is actually one of the quotes that I found from that publication. And not that I'm trying to put all the executive directors on, you know, I'm not trying to pick on y'all. I think this goes to all leadership, all folks in supervision, all folks in leadership across organizations. Is the executive director and leaders sets the example for all of us. The way she treats me transfers to how I treat my clients. If I love my job and love the atmosphere and love the staff, then it just continues into what I do with clients. Next slide, please. And so when we talk about creating a culture of care within our organization and for our staff, right, it always starts with us. It always starts with us, with ourselves, right?
Along with fear and trembling. I have tried, I've somehow found the strength.
Somebody have a question? It's okay. It's okay, y'all. I think that was just someone was unmuted, no worries, right? So when we think about creating a culture of care within our organizations, right? The model that I really love to follow is always starting from our base, right? Starting with us, ourselves, right? We have to know how to take care of ourselves and build in our own practices, our own healing and care practices, so we can do the work that we do, so we can show up every day to continue doing what we're doing. And then once we have our own practices, right, and we're taking care of ourselves, we then expand that care out to our teams. And we talk to our teams about what does care look like in our teams? How do we want to implement it and create any new team care practices, right? So you're engaging your team on how do they care for each other. And then from there, that really creates an organizational shift and organizational care when you have ourselves as individuals and team members taking care of each other, holding each other accountable, right, for our own wellness and healing. And so if you want to learn more about my whole culture of care framework, I advise you to check out my website if you'd like, but also know that there is a process to this and that this takes time, right? This takes time. It took us, I used to work at Lawrence General Hospital, which is my local community hospital here, nonprofit, right before COVID hit. And I was actually able to build in my framework, and I was testing it out there on the employees and healthcare workers. And the self-care process, and this is healthcare workers, local, small, nonprofit, 1,200 employees. It took us almost 2 years just to get to that self-care process. But again, this is also 1,200 employees, y'all, right? But it was a weekly process that we did. It was a weekly process, and it was 15 minutes, 15-minute little visits that we would do with all the different floors, with the nurses. We'd go to the different stations, and we would come with this little wellness wagon cart with tea, with practices, with Reiki. I would come with affirmations for them, and we would help to build their weekly practice every week. And within 2 years, we were able to reduce stress levels by 60% for the healthcare workers, which is huge, huge, y'all, just by implementing a weekly 15-minute practice. And these healthcare workers here in Lawrence, they are also working with a lot of different tough populations too. And so working in a nonprofit hospital where we're really underfunded and underutilized, this was huge. And this was actually a sign that I needed to open up my own business and do this full time when I saw some of the work that I could do. So making sure that we are building in these, even if it's 15-minute weekly practices that helps. And again, engaging your team, what would work for them. Next slide, please. So the assessment measure was, we just did a little small survey, and it was 3 questions, Olivia. And so the first question would be to rate their stress level before they visited the cart. So it was stress, appreciation, and then any comments. So actually it was just 2 questions that we were measuring them on. It was stress levels and then appreciation, because we wanted to measure if us doing this wellness initiative was actually improving our appreciation rates. And they did. They really did. And so no problem, Olivia. So it was literally just 1 to 5 measurement that we did. And this was so old school. But our data analysts would literally take the papers every week that we would collect them from, and they would put them into our system, and we were able to track it over the 2 years. Yeah, but thank you for asking that. But yeah, we were able to decrease employee stress levels, and we increased employee appreciation levels, I think by 45%, maybe almost 50%, which again is pretty big when you're talking about healthcare workers, right? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm definitely open to sharing the PowerPoint. Absolutely. So the next thing that we're going to do, as we're talking about, right, creating cultures of care, organizational cares, we're going to start with that first little bubble that we had, y'all, which is self-care, right? And we're going to take care of ourselves for the next few minutes, because as I mentioned, in every space that I come in, I always like to bring healing and wellness into the spaces that I'm in. So we are going to take care of ourselves, y'all. With that being said, we're going to be doing 4 different practices, actually 5 different practices in the next probably like 10-15 minutes or so. I really want you all to be able to listen to your body when we're doing these practices. And again, it's always your choice. You can do these or not. But I also want you to kind of listen to your body if you're going to engage with them and see how you're feeling after them and write down which ones the ones that really connect with you. And then if you think that this is something that you can teach, like pass on to someone else, these are very simple and effective and accessible for folks. I used to teach these to the healthcare workers at the time. They love them. So the first one that we're going to do, right, is we always want to come back. We always want to come to our breath. And I want us to cue the music nice and low, if you can, to the breathwork song. I want to make sure people can hear me over the music. Thank you. So our most accessible practice that we have is our breath. It's our lungs, right? And I know it's like, oh, just take a breath sounds so, sounds so cliche, especially nowadays. But no, like really, it's important for us, right? How many times do you go throughout the day without breathing, right? So I'm going to teach you 2 different quick practices. And if the music is cutting off a little bit and sounding a little weird, let us know. I want to make sure that you all can hear me, most importantly. So the first one that we're going to do is baby breath. So this specific practice I like to do when I'm feeling a lot of tension in my shoulders, especially like in my head, I come to baby breath. So this specific practice, we're going to keep our mouth closed for the first part as we inhale through the nose. And then we're going to exhale, longer exhalation, but we're going to make a shushing sound. So we're going to exhale going shh. Making sure your inhalations are shorter than the exhalations. So we're going to try that a couple more times, y'all. So we're going to breathe into the nose. And now we're going to exhale through the mouth, longer exhalation, making that shushing sound, y'all. Shh. We're shushing, nurturing ourselves like the babies, like we do the babies. We're going to do that a couple more times as we breathe into the nose. And exhale to the mouth, making the shushing sound. Shh. Does anybody feel that tension coming off their shoulders? Let me know how you're feeling in the chat. So that's baby breath, y'all. You can take that practice with you wherever you go, right? The next breathwork practice that I'm going to show you all is nose to nose. And this is a really great practice to do. I'm going to actually just encourage you to start doing nose to nose practice, and then I'll talk a little bit about the benefits of it. This practice is simple. We're going to keep the mouth closed and only breathe in and out of the nose. Naturally, normally. Just getting into the rhythm, breathing in and out through your nose. This is going to automatically activate your parasympathetic nervous system. It's going to automatically tell your body, we're okay, we can calm down. And I'm going to encourage you to keep breathing nose to nose. Keep on breathing for another moment. Nose to nose breathing is also a way of inner resourcing yourself, and no one knows. If you're in a really difficult conversation, a really difficult meeting, and you have to take a break to listen to something, right? Come to nose breathing. Inner resource yourself. Activate that parasympathetic nervous system to calm the nerves. I call this the OG breath work. So making sure that the nose to nose is a really, again, no one knows you're doing it, and you're inner resourcing and taking care of yourself. How does that feel for your body, nose to nose breathing? And I want you to feel the difference in how your body felt from nose to baby breath. And which one did your body connect with most? Right? Did you connect more with baby breath, or did you connect more with nose to nose? Seeing which one worked for your body, because all of our bodies are different, right? I know, Sonia, I know you're getting sleepy. You're activating your ventral vagus nerve, sis. Yes. And then, oh, great, Melissa. Glad to hear nose to nose worked for you. And then deep belly breathing is another practice we're not going to have time to do today. But that's a really simple practice where when we're breathing, we are expanding our bellies as we inhale and then lowering our bellies as we expand out. You can find a lot of this stuff online. If you want to even Google deep belly breathing, there's some really great helpful YouTube videos as well. But baby breath is a practice that I really like to do, and it really helps me out. The next one, Erica, nose to nose. Yes, great. And like I said, y'all, right? We can do this anywhere and no one knows. I have a 19-year-old daughter, so sometimes I got to activate that nose to nose breathing, y'all, right? So so our second healing practice that we're going to do today is an empathy check-in. And I really love this practice because, and for this specific song, I'm going to cue you all when to play this. And we're going to maybe put the volume a little bit higher on this song because it's an instrumental. But empathy check-in, I'll cue you when to start, y'all. So sorry. This empathy check-in is an opportunity for us to check in with ourselves. This can be in the beginning of the day, after we had a tough situation or a tough interaction. Anytime you need to just check in with yourself, because how many times do we bring that empathy out to other folks, but we don't bring it back to ourselves, right? And so being able to bring this empathy and do an empathy check-in with ourselves and asking ourselves 4 basic questions. Cue music, please. So I want you in this empathy practice to place a hand, if that's accessible for you, on any part of your body. It could be your heart, it could be your belly, it could be your lap, it could be your shoulder. But connecting a hand on your body, somatically connecting with your body. And closing your eyes if that feels safe for you and if that's accessible. And if not, you can just lower your gaze and take a deep breath as we check in. And we ask ourselves, how am I feeling? How am I feeling? Once you identified how you're feeling, you ask yourself, what do I need? So if you're feeling hungry, right, maybe you need some food. If you're feeling tired, maybe you need some sleep. If you're feeling exhausted, maybe you need a walk. What do I need? How many times do we ever ask ourselves, what do I need? And then, did I take my meds today? Right? This is no judgment zone, no shame. Did I take my meds or my supplements today? And then the last question is, do I need any support? Do I need any support? Some days it might be yes. Some days it might be no. And if it is yes, also knowing who's that person that you can reach out to that you need support, that you can reach out to when you need support. And a person that can hold space for you and that you feel safe with.
I am not my body.
Ooh, I am not my body. Yes. That's our next song we're going to be going into. But yes, remembering this empathy check-in, y'all. Checking in with yourself. And this is like a 2-minute practice. 2-minute practice where we connect with our bodies. How am I feeling? What do I need? Did I take my meds or supplements today? Do I need any support? Right? Checking in with ourselves. So the next practice we're going to do is activating our vagus nerves. There's been a lot of talk about the ventral vagus nerve these last year. And I'm really grateful for a training that I did. I did a 12-week woman trauma training back in 2020 on how to support women that navigate trauma. And we learned about the ventral vagus nerve. And I was like, this is my new best friend. The ventral vagus nerve is really powerful nerve when we activate it, and it really helps us to navigate really stressful situations and keeps us focused and present and from disassociating from our body. So we're going to do two quick practices where we're going to activate those today. And so I'm going to show you the first one. And if this is accessible for you in your body, right, we're going to take our hands and we're going to put them behind our head, and we're going to take our little thumbs and we're going to put them in the back of our neck, right? Into those two little indents in the back of the skull. And so crossing those fingers, right? And what we're going to do to this practice is we are going to keep our heads straight the whole time. We're not going to move them. We're only going to move our eyes, right? And so we're going to take a deep breath in, and we're going to look only with our eyes. We're going to look to the left, looking with the eyes all the way to the left. And we're going to be here for a few seconds. You're okay, y'all. And if you want to relax the arms a little bit, you can. But continuing to keep our eyes all the way to the left. You're doing great, y'all. Okay, now we're going to look straight at the screen. And now we're going to look all the way to the right. Only with the eyes, looking all the way to the right. Few more seconds. And now we're going to look straight back at the camera. And now we're going to take our eyes and moving into a circle from left all the way to the right. Big circle. And then another circle that moves our eyes from the right all the way to the left again. And look straight. And you're activated, y'all. Good job. Whew. That I did this practice yesterday morning, but that just woke me up. So that's one practice that you can do. All right. Oh, I needed that too, Damari. Yeah. And you can actually do that in the morning, y'all, when you first wake up, right, Pedro? You can do that in the morning when you first wake up. So that way your arms are supported on your bed. So you can just, making sure you're putting in a little bit of pressure behind the head, but then look to the left, look to the right, circle to the right, and then circle to the left, and you're activated. You feel your sinus opening up after this. That's wonderful, Aparna. I'm so happy to hear that. All right, so that's the first one. The second one that we're going to do to activate our ventral vagus nerve. And again, y'all, these are practices that you can teach to your participants to support them. So this one is going to be a little bit of massage. So we'll get a little self-massage out of it. So we're going to take our right hand, if this is accessible for you, and we're going to work on the left side of the body. We're going to take our two fingers, and we're going to start at the very top of the collarbone. So we're going to work our way right under the collarbone, because the ventral vagus nerve starts from the back of the head and wraps around our collarbone and down to the belly. So we're going to take our two fingers and make little small quarter-sized circles, massaging right underneath that collarbone, which we are massaging the ventral vagus nerve, right? And feel free to take a deep breath in as you start massaging it. You may feel a little pop happen. You may sigh. You may yawn. You may even feel a little nauseous. And that's okay, y'all. These are just natural, normal ways that we're activating the vagus nerve. And we're going to slowly continue massaging, and we're going to make our way towards our shoulder. You can get underneath your shirt if you want to just massage that ventral vagus area. And we're just going to take care of ourselves for a little minute here, y'all, as you're massaging that ventral vagus and activating it. And I'm going to talk about some other ways that you can activate your ventral vagus nerve that are simple, easy, effective, right? This is what I do, y'all. I teach easy, quick, effective practices. So you can also activate your ventral vagus nerve by gargling, right? So part of your morning practice, make sure you're gargling, right? That activates the ventral vagus nerve. Humming, Humming also activates the ventral vagus nerve. So sometimes when I'm doing this practice to myself, I'll hum at the same time to get double action from it. We're going to switch to the other side now, y'all. So taking your left hand and now working the right side, starting off at the top of the heart, right underneath that collarbone, and making those little small circles. So yeah, so humming is another way of activating the ventral vagus nerve. Singing, I saw we had another karaoke queen up in here earlier, right? So singing also helps to activate the ventral vagus nerve. Walking, dancing, any type of physical movement also helps to activate it. So just remembering that these are little small, so I do this practice, everyone, when I'm holding like really deep space for someone and I just need to kind of take care of myself in the moment. As someone who has complex PTSD, it's very important for me to take care of my nervous system while I'm holding space for a lot of folks. So doing this helps me to stay social, right? Because some of the benefits of ventral vagus nerve is that it activates our social connection. It helps us to stay present and in the moment, helps us to stay open and curious into specific situations that we're dealing with. And so this really helps us to stay connected to the body, connected to the present moment. Especially for those of us who do this work, right? We disassociate from our bodies so much. We disassociate from the work so much at times. And so doing this helps you to stay present. All right, y'all. Hope this is feeling good for y'all. Oof, I'm feeling good now that I activated my ventral vagus nerve. Please let me know how that feels for y'all in the chat box at all. And then another couple of practices that we're going to finish up with for this piece is I talked a little bit about progressive muscle relaxation earlier when I was talking about the story with the survivor that I met with last week at the yoga class. So we did progressive muscle relaxation, which is the practice of tensing, tightening, and then relaxing the muscles in our bodies, right? And this is a great practice for those of us who hold anger, right? A lot of this work, sometimes you pick up a lot of anger, right? So much frustration, right? We're witnessing oppression all the time. And so a lot of the times we're also vicariously taking that on, the oppression that lives within these bodies sometimes, right? And so being able to tightening up and release your muscles helps to release some of that tension that we hold from all the injustices that we witness a lot of the times. So we're going to do a little bit of progressive muscle relaxation, y'all. I don't think I have a song for this one. Yeah, not yet. We're going to go into the last song after this. Oh, actually, I do have a song for this. You can play the next one, y'all. I'm not used to having a support team, y'all. I'm used to doing it all by myself. So I'm so grateful for having a support team and tech team.
You want me to play the Beauty Manifested song or the next one?
Yes, please. That would be
Okay.
great.
Okay.
Thanks, Muddy. Thanks, Muddy Kate. And just lowering in the volume a little bit, please. Thank you. So for progressive muscle relaxation, we're going to tighten and then release through breath, specific body parts. So we're going to start with our faces, y'all. So we're going to start by taking a deep breath in, and we're going to tighten up our faces, y'all. We're going to tighten, squeeze up those faces. And it's okay if we look silly doing it. It's all good. Tighten up the cheeks. Tighten up the eyes, tighten, and then relax as you exhale. We're going to focus on our shoulders. And a lot of the times what I do is I do 2 spots twice. So I do the face twice. I do every single one twice, but for time's sake, we'll do every position once. We're going to focus on the shoulders now. What we're going to do is we're going to tighten up. We're going to bring up those shoulders, and we're going to tighten and squeeze up those shoulders all the way up to our ears. And we're going to tighten, and relax. Yes. Right. Now we're going to do the fists, everyone. We're going to tighten up these fists. We're going to tighten, squeeze. And release. I really love doing this twice for each movement, but it's okay. We're gonna do our bellies now, y'all. If there's anyone here who is pregnant, please do not do the specific one where we're tightening our bellies. Please don't do the specific one. But if there's anybody here that deals with a lot of anxiety that they hold in their bellies, this is a really great practice to do to help release some of that anxiety. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna ask you all to squeeze in your bellies, squeeze, 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 like you're trying to, fit into those, 15-pair, old jeans or something. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze those bellies in all the way into the spine. And then release and relax the belly. Good job. Now we're gonna do the legs. So I want you all to just tighten up your legs, all of your legs muscles, your thighs, your calves, squeeze, squeeze, squeeze your butt muscles, everything, squeeze, 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 squeeze the bottom of your legs, squeeze, squeeze, and relax them. Good job, y'all, good job. And then the last thing we're gonna do with progressive muscle relaxation is we are going to squeeze our whole body, the whole body. We're gonna tense up every part of our body. So also if you're pregnant, don't do the whole body one, okay? Disclaimer. So for the last one, we're gonna squeeze and tense up the whole body. So we're gonna do our face, our shoulders, our fists, our legs, our bellies, everything. Squeeze, 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 squeeze the whole body. Tense, 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 tense up. And then relax. Oh, that's all that you need to listen. How did this feel for some of y'all? Let me know. So remember, I usually do each position twice. I squeeze twice my face, twice my shoulders, twice my fists, the belly twice, the legs twice, and then I do the whole body twice. Okay? And if you want to do it a couple of more times, you can, but also just seeing how your body is reacting to it. Some of the clients that I see, this is a trauma-informed practice, so sometimes you can literally see them kind of, shifting a little bit and kind of having a little bit of convulsion because that's just the trauma coming out. And so making sure that you're not doing too much of it, or just giving yourself moments to just relax and hydrate as well. Speaking of hydration, y'all, let's hydrate together and take care of ourselves. The last practice that I'm going to have us do is really fun, and it's one of my favorites as well. And so these last three practices that we're doing, the progressive muscle relaxation, the sweep and the shaking, is what I had done with the participant from last week. I'm going to call her Shirley, Shirley who came in, really tight and couldn't move for weeks. We did these practices within 2 hours. Such a difference that I saw. So we're gonna do a little bit of sweeping. And for this specific practice, if you wanna get up, it's your choice. If you wanna stand up, right? Take a break from sitting down all day today, right? We've been sitting down in this training all day. So I wanna, invite you to stand up if you'd like. And what we're gonna do for this specific practice is we're gonna pretend that our hands are brooms. And we're gonna sweep our bodies, y'all. We're gonna sweep all the negative stuff, all the tension from ourselves. And so if you wanna play the next song, y'all, that's great. And so I'm not gonna be talking a lot. I want you all to just kind of follow where my hands are going, but we're gonna be sweeping our heads, our shoulders.
Arrow with 1,000 horsepower.
So sweeping our heads, right? This is really good to do if you have a headache, if you get migraines. This really helps to shift all the energy in the head. If you're having like overwhelming thoughts, sweep them out. We're gonna keep sweeping. We're gonna sweep the shoulders, sweep the arm. Right, this helps to, again, awaken the body and also shifts the energy in our body. If you're feeling a lot of tension, if you're feeling really heavy, You sweep the body, and this helps to make you feel lighter, helps to alleviate that tension of feeling really heavy. Sweeping those hands, sweeping our hearts, right? All that space that we hold a lot of the times, all that we see and witness, all that we hear. Let's sweep us out from our hearts. And making sure that you're breathing, y'all, that you're breathing in and out as we're sweeping away, going down to the belly. Those of you who have anxiety, sweeping the belly. It's a really great way to remove that anxiety as well. And now we're gonna sweep the hips. Right, sweeping the hips because we hold a lot of our emotions and trauma in our hips. And then if those of y'all who have lower back problems or like lower back pain a lot of the times and you're sitting down a lot, sweep the lower back too, y'all. Sweep that lower back and breathe. Helps to shift a lot of that lower back pain. And then we're just gonna sweep all the way down to the feet, y'all. Sweep all the way down to your feet. You can take one leg at a time. Take y'all down with me. Focusing on one leg and going all the way down to the body, all the way down to the feet. Next leg. Sweeping, sweeping, sweeping. All the way down to feet. Good job, y'all. And then the last practice is shaking. Sweep and shake. Just like the dogs do after they had something traumatic happen to them, right? They shake it out. So we're gonna do the same thing, y'all. So we're gonna start with your start arms. Shaking it out. You have a lot of tension in your shoulders, right? Being able to just shake it out helps to alleviate that pain, pressure. To the other arm. And these are literally, y'all, these are practices that have been done by so many cultures for hundreds of years. Sweeping and shaking been done in so many different cultures. So sweeping, sweeping, shaking, shaking it out. Now we're gonna come to our shoulders. Just shake the shoulders, right? Bring those shoulders into it. Hey. Bringing those shoulders into it. And now we're gonna hold on. If you wanna hold on to your chair and then just shake the leg. You can shake one of the legs out. Shake it out. Shake it out. Shake it out. Shake the other leg out. Shake it out. Shake it out. This feels really good for my hips too when I do this. And also again from sitting down a lot of the times, it just helps to awaken the bottom part of my body, my hips, my legs. And now we're gonna do the whole body, y'all. We're just gonna shake it out. We're just gonna have a little bit of fun here and just shake out whatever you need to get out of your body today. Just shake it out, y'all. Anything you've been holding on to, any stress, any tension, shake it out of the body. Shake it out. Oh, making sure you're breathing, y'all. Shaking it out. Oh, 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 oh. Give yourselves a round of applause, y'all. I wish I could have seen you all sweeping and shaking together, but it's all good. I hope you all enjoyed that. Yes, Erica, I'm glad you feel amazing, my dear. Thank you. Yes. Right, so just, again, simple, easy, effective practices. Can we cue the music, please, to turn off, please? Oh, I think it just turned off. Great. So yeah, simple, effective practices. And so the sweeping, right? Again, it also helps to bring us a connection to the body, right? When I did this with Shirley last week, she loved this because she had been so disassociated from her body. And she's like, I actually feel tingles happening in my arms. Her body was reawakening, right? So sweeping and shaking, y'all. And do that to your favorite song. You can bring in like a little mini dance party into your next staff meeting. Start off your staff meeting with a little mini dance party and just sweep and shake anything that you need to let go of, especially from hard cases. All right, next slide, please. We're gonna skip this slide real quick. I don't know if we're gonna have time for that one. Thank you. And so the last thing that I wanted to just talk a little bit about is Shakira's perfect for sweeping and shaking, right? Oh, she's perfect for it. Yes. I love it. So the last thing that I'm going to leave you with, right? We talked in the beginning of the workshop on creating cultural specific programming for our participants, for our communities, for our community members, right? But when we also expand that culture of healing to our community, right? These are just a couple of cross-cultural healing practices that you can offer where you can bring in, all different types of cultures as well, right? Because we know that we also learn from other cultures a lot of the times too, right? But cross-cultural healing practices that you can do in your community is hiking, right? Maybe starting like a women's hiking group, or maybe a trans hiking group or a queer hiking group, right? This was a BIPOC hiking group that we did specifically here locally. Partnering up maybe with a local herbalist or a local farmer, right? And being able to do plant walks or allowing folks to like do foraging and discern about the specific plants in their community. Doing paint nights, like I mentioned as well, bringing in creativity and art into your programming. Vision boards, right? Talking about art, right? Creating vision boards. I always do a vision board night every start of the year in my community. And now we're doing actually vision candles, which has been pretty cool. So we're going away from the board and doing candles where we're lighting that vela. But having people think about their futures, right? Envisioning what their future is going to look like, bringing in that hope, right? And then everybody loves food. Everyone loves food. And so doing maybe potlucks, or cultural food night or something like that, where people are able to also bring in some of their favorite meals and share that, right? Food brings people together. And so when we offer different types of multicultural, next slide, please. And so when we offer different types of programming opportunities for healing in our community, we become a beacon of light, we become a beacon of hope, we become a beacon of healing and care. And it really expands, from ourselves taking care of ourselves. It expands from ourselves to our participants, to our employees, to our community. And this creates a wave of collective healing. It creates a wave of a culture of care and collective healing. And so just know that all of the programming that you do is going to impact your communities. It's going to create that collective well-being wave. Next slide, please. And so the last thing I'm going to leave you with that I want you to think about is identify one specific ancestral or resilience practice that you're going to take with you today. I want you to think about what is a specific practice that you learned in our time together that you were like, oof, that practice really helped to move me or really helped to make me feel better, right? So I want you to identify one practice that you want to take with you to take care of yourself, because we need you all well. We need you all well, right, to do this work. Sweeping and shaking, great. So happy to hear that. That's one of my favorites too. Loosening up the body, great, Crystal. That is such an important part, right? Just to be in the body, loosening it up, right? Because a lot of the times we're like this, even when we're typing, right? So being able to relax those shoulders, I do that at least 4 or 5 times a day, y'all, where I'm like on my computer and I'm like this, and then I'm like, Elizabeth, pero put those shoulders down a little bit, right? And I just gotta, just kind of remind ourselves. Wonderful. Oh, I see so many comments coming in. Breathing, art making, knitting. I love knitting, painting, art making, and dance. Yes. Sarah, I want to come visit Centro Multicultural. Where are you all at? Where are you all based out of? I'm like, y'all doing some fun things over there.
Yeah, we're in Pontiac, Michigan anytime.
Really? Okay. Yes. Sweeping and shaking. You need to lead an art one for us. Yes. Oh, Jose Juan is quite the artist. Oh, y'all know about him already, huh? Okay. Breathing, dreaming the future. Yes. Yes. I love that. Dreaming the future. And so as we dream about your future, right, after this workshop, what are 1 to 3 culturally responsive healing practices that you will take back to potentially implement, maybe to discuss with your staff and your board, and ways that you can support your participants, your employees, and your community? And maybe you think about one for each. Maybe you just jot down one practice for your participants that you want to take back from this workshop. Maybe it's one practice for your staff. And maybe it's another third practice, and maybe it's something that would be great for your community. So I'm going to give you all just 3 minutes to just write some of these down, to just write what are 1 to 3. And, again, you don't have to do all 3. It could just be one. It could just be one because, I know you all already have enough going on, and I don't want to make any more work than you already have already, right? Sometimes even just one thing makes a difference. Just writing that down. Maybe you already have your practices, right? Maybe that's some of the fun that you're going to be using. But I'd love to hear. And if people want to bring their voices into the space, I'd love to hear you as well. Dance classes, yoga, yes. Dance classes are really big right now, y'all. People want to dance. A lot of folks really want to dance, or just movement, anything with movement. Stretching, yoga sessions. Yes, yoga is so important. We'll form a stronger alliance with the folkloric dancing group. Yes, I love that. Yes, Sonia, and have them bring in the folkloric dancing group as a movement healing workshop. That's what we do here too. We do bomba music, which is Afro-Caribbean music as well. Yes. Storytelling, Aparna, I love that. Zumba class, yes. Tambores, I love it. Yes, con las maracas también, sí. Book clubs, I love that. Yeah, and then asking your community, what book do they want to read, right? Ask them. Zumba group and different cultural music. I love that. Crafting groups, movie clubs. I love it, y'all. Right, and it doesn't have to be anything too crazy. It could just be something simple as movie club, right? Or knitting night, right? Maybe even having folks, yes, to karaoke. I'm all over that karaoke. Urban gardening or indigenous farming groups. Yes, Sarah, yes. So I'm loving all of these, y'all. So y'all know what you need to do. And if you need any support, we are here for you. I am here for you. Next slide, please. I hope you all were able to get, some helpful tips from this workshop, and being able to see, also feel seen in some of the work that you're currently already doing. And what are some things that maybe you could potentially do more of? So I also just want to thank you all for the work that you do and all the spaces that you create. And I want to just thank you. If you want to stay in touch with me, you can always visit my website to check out some of my offerings at colectivawellbeing.com. I also have some free resources on there. If you want to download a meditation or download any handouts or things like that, you can do so on wellness and self-care. And there's also a self-care for families handout there too, where families can do it together. And yes, if you even want to connect, my email's here, my LinkedIn. I'm also on Instagram as well. That's definitely more of my community-based services that I do on Instagram. And then if you ever want to stay in touch or collaborate and connect, I do provide, as I mentioned, culture of care and healing justice programs and consulting. We do a 12-week vicarious trauma support group for gender-based violence workers, and also employee wellness retreats and one-on-one work with folks. So un honor, an honor to be here with you all. Anybody has any questions or any feedback? I think we have about another 3 minutes left. But if not, yeah, just want to see if anybody has any questions.
A lot of affirmation, appreciation, gratitude, grace. You move some stuff up in here, Miss Elizabeth. You move some stuff for me. I'm holding it together. And thank you for holding us as a community healer. You hold so many communities in so many different spaces. So thank you for carrying us and lifting us up. I know that is reciprocated. And for those of you who are new to CSSP family, you've just gotten a taste of what we do here at CSSP. We not just download you with logistics, data, information, but we center on you. So those of you who do the work, because you are part of our communities, you are important people, and you need to be healthy, not because not only the work that you do, but because for yourselves, first and foremost, I humbly say. Yeah, and of course, Elizabeth will be back. She will have a reoccurring role with CSSP. And like I said, Elizabeth has led some sessions at our institute and other events with us. So thank you so much, Elizabeth, so much for your grace and kindness and compassion and healing. I'm gonna hold it together. So if there are no more questions, we will go to break. So you're getting like 3 more minutes to your break. So we will come back in at 2:40 Pacific Standard, 10:40 Central Standard, and 2:10 Pacific Standard, 4:10 Central Standard, and 5:10 Eastern Standard Time for break. So, but as soon as you see my face pop up on the screen, that's know when break is over. Again, yes.
I just wanted to say we have a question in the chat from Sarah. It says, I'm not seeing the courses link on the website. I think this is directed at Elizabeth. They're just wondering if there's direct links to your courses, if you want to connect.
Yes, so there's program descriptions on my website, but not like a course to actual sign up for unless it's like through the community healing aspect of it. But if you're looking at so I have like 2 offerings. It's my employee wellness offerings for organizations, and then community healing offerings for individuals and community-based. So depending on what you're looking at, which one are you looking at, my dear Sarah? Was it for the employee wellness side of it?
I believe it is the one that's the 12-week vicarious trauma support and the culture of care programs and consulting that I see.
Yeah, so my 12-week vicarious trauma is a new program this year. I have not updated my website on that just yet, but I do promote it a lot within these spaces. So feel free to just send me an email or just request a consultation with me, and I can talk to you a little bit more, and we can definitely book a consultation together so I can talk to you a little bit more, even send you the information for it through email too.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome, Sarah. Thank you.
All right. With that,
thanks y'all. So much love in the chat. Oh, thank y'all so much. And I'm just sending that love right back to y'all. And someone even said, I hope you take care of yourself. And I am leaving on Monday for a 2-week vacation, everyone. So yes.
Awesome.
All right, y'all. Thank you
for
the work that you all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Again, all right, y'all. Go to break. All right, everybody. Come on back. we're almost done for the day. We got our amazing panelist, one last panel for today. And it's going to be facilitated by the amazing Sara Khan, one of our fabulous TA providers, project partners from Asian Pacific Institute on Gender-Based Violence. And so hopefully everyone had a drink of water, maybe walked a little, stretched a little, ate a little bit of a snack. And with that, I turn it over to Sara.
Thank you, Jose Juan. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from the break. Ooh, sorry, I just got distracted. I just saw Makeda with somebody really cute. Yes. I am not sure if everybody else is going to be on their screens or not. But a little bit of context, if we were be meeting in person, we would still be having this panel. And what we usually do is, since we say that we are, we love peer connections and peer learnings, what we do is ask your peers, folks and organizations that have received this grant before and are coming back again to share a little bit about what they wish they knew the first time round. Because you've heard Jose Juan say this. I know I say this all the time. Every time I learn something new. In my previous life, when we received the award for the second time and I went for the new grantee orientation, I was like, oh, this is what they meant. Like, I didn't do any of this the first time round. But since then, the program has moved on. You have amazing TA providers, your program managers are there to guide you, and more importantly, your peers, right? So with that, I'm going to say, introduce you to our fabulous panelists from the Positive Results Center, from SEVA AIFW, and we were to be joined by representatives from the Violence Intervention Program as well, but they unfortunately are out today. So we send them our best wishes, and we ask you also to please ask questions in the chat so that the panelists can address them later. So my first panelist is the fabulous Miss Candy Lewis, CEO, who is a masterful trainer, certified domestic violence and sexual assault prevention advocate. Candy specializes in trauma awareness, teen dating violence, healthy relationships, leader, and developing youth to be peer advocates and safety partners. Candy has received numerous awards and honors. Candy's long list of collaborations and partnerships include K-12 schools, colleges, government, business entities, community and faith-based organizations who are committed to safeguarding, mentoring, nurturing, and educating youth, young adults, and their families to be leaders and thinkers, creating healthy relationships. Whew, she comes with all of that. And then we're followed also on the panel is Mubina Qureshi, who is the co-executive director. Their pronouns are she, they. Mubina is a queer Muslim survivor, immigrant, intersectional feminist, research scholar, translator, and interpreter with more than a decade of academic experience. She has been working with underserved Dalit women as interpreter and translator for an international research project since 2017. This experience set the tone for her future endeavors to fulfill her passion to work for and work with women on gender issues. She's a trained professional leading gender-based violence prevention and intervention programming. She's a trained professional leading gender-based violence prevention and intervention programming, support groups facilitation, community advocacy initiatives, mental health care, and COVID-19 related community campaigns as the co-director at SEVA AIFW, working for and with South Asian communities in Minnesota. So please join me in welcoming both our wonderful panelists. And my first question would be for Miss Candy. You there? I can see you.
I'm here.
Okay. All right, there you are, spotlighted now. Perfect. Love that color on you. So let's go back a few years to the first time you received your CSSP funding. What advice would you give yourself on documenting programmatic activities?
That's a great question. It's so good to see you, Sarah. And I'm so honored to be here. So before I answer that, let me just say this. I need everyone to know how important your TA providers are. What I didn't know was how important they would be. And we met in person, and it was overwhelming. So I know this time right now is overwhelming. There's a lot of information that's being shared, and I'm so thankful that it's recorded. Go back, watch it and watch it and watch it and watch it again and again and again, and utilize your TA providers. So that said, documentation. Documentation is probably the most critical thing possible, and there's never too much documentation. There's so many different ways that you can do it, and it took us maybe the first year to kind of figure it out. So what I would suggest is get your team involved on what ways they think is most important for them, because everyone has a way in which they create their documentation. Some people record it, like what we do is we record it on our, and I'm going to answer another question right now in this question. Our accounting system is this program called TICK, T-I-C-K, where we can identify every grant that we have and every funding stream that we have and allocate the amount of time that we're working on that. But we're also able to put in comments. And so we can say what we're doing, who we saw, how many people we saw, where we went. And that helped us, because there's no way in the world you're going to be able to remember what happened tomorrow, much less 2 months from now. So make sure that you're documenting it in as many ways as possible. We also use Neon, where we can now document that. Before we had all of these systems, because some of you may not have the funds, Excel is a great way to do it. And then once we realized Excel was good, but we could do better, we developed a report in Google Docs. And so we were able to really have every person on our team include their information after every presentation and include it in the Google Docs. And then that way, at the end of the quarter, all we had to do was go to that one spot and pull out that information. That was a long answer, but that's the best answer.
And that's actually a perfect answer. So what I got from you was that basically everybody has to decide what works for their organization and bring in the team so that they could come together and decide on what to collect and how to collect. Thank you so much, Ms. Candy. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Mubina, the next question is for you. Where are you?
I'm here.
And okay, there you are. So hi, Mubina, good to see you again.
Hi.
And so let's hear from you a little bit about if you created any organizational tools or processes, did you? And then, for your program or maybe your organization and the community.
First of all, Sarah, thank you so much for having me, inviting me for this panel. And I can't agree more with Candy on how important TA providers are. And Jose Juan actually rejected the idea of me calling them mentors because he thought like that's a big word. But I personally feel that they are like mentors and they are always there. So please connect with them whenever you have any difficulty, any questions. Coming back to the question about organizational tools and processes developed during the project itself. So when I go back and look at the first time when we got awarded the award, this OVW CSSP award was back in 2019. And soon after receiving the award, and our in-person orientation in New Orleans, we had pandemic. Everything went virtual. So we started relying, all of us actually started relying on technology and technical tools to do all the programming. And like we were really clueless at that time how to even, do the work and do work on the deliverables with the mentioned activities. And I'll come back on that part as well later in this conversation about writing versus implementing activities. But for that one, we started using Zoom a lot and Teams in our day-to-day activities. And that's where OVW CSSP team, along with my ex-colleague, we started collecting monthly data, and we started sharing a file on SharePoint. It's very easy technique. It's a very easy file to share within internal, members of the organization. And later, actually, we decided to share a common file within the organization with other program staff as well. And since then, we are using that data, internal data collection file within the staff. And it's been really a great way to collect data and use that tool to have all the information in single one file. And it's shared, it is secured. So one person is not available, another person is there to go there, check on, and when it's time to report, you have all the numbers already there to just pick up and then place in the report. So that one that we did. And then of course, CSSP monthly calls with other grantees and continued support and assistance from TA providers were really great and helpful to brainstorm how to create and update and revise organizational tools and processes. And again, with the sense of autonomy on our own work and experience. So that was really, really very, helpful to actually see ourselves. We always have the habit of undervaluing and underestimating our own work. And TA providers, always give you that validation that you are the expert of your own work. So that was very helpful. We revised and updated our policy and procedures, employee handbook with our direct service protocols, our confidentiality and safety protocols, as well as various programmatic processes, following very standard CDC COVID-19 protocols during high peak time of pandemic and the high spread of the virus. We also developed our brand new intake forms during that time using inclusive language, different modules, different training modules we developed. Also, we developed our financial processes using OVW guidelines, standard guidelines, which are available. And we already had the sessions earlier to learn how to create those processes. So we did actually, OVW CSSP funds back in 2019 was like a boon, was like a blessing to our organization to reach to the point that we are, right now, that with a lot of programs and a lot of services that we are having. So yeah, all those have been really grateful, very useful for other staff members as well.
Thank you, Mubina. Ms. Candy, I'm going to go back to you for a quick second to kind of talk a little bit more about what you were talking about, how the documenting and tracking activities is a collaborative effort between leadership and program staff. So since most of the folks on this call might be from the leadership, what advice would you give your peers?
So all the leaders, take a step back and let your team lead, because they're the ones that are doing the work. They're the ones who know exactly what's happening. And although it is our job to oversee and supervise, it's really our job to lead, to listen, to follow and empower our teams. And our teams are the experts. We're the experts too, but our teams are the ones that are really in the trenches every day. And they're also going to be the ones that are doing the report. So let them do what they do and trust that you've hired the right person. Hopefully you have. And if you haven't, give them the training and the tools that they need so that they can assist and support you in being successful in this grant. We already have enough to do. We don't need to do extra. And we also don't need to recreate the wheel. What I did was, I just made sure that everything was done and completed and reviewed it, but it was my team, and it's still my current team, Ashley and Crystal, thank you very much, that are the ones that really are doing the job and are in the trenches. So give them the power to do what they need to do so that they can be successful for your company, for the community, and for those they serve, and that you'll have positive outcomes for this grant.
Thank you. I'm still going to ask you a follow-up question.
Okay.
So you just spoke about TIC, right? So
Yes.
we know that programmatic data serves as a way to capture impact and solicit funders. So how did TIC work for you? Would you recommend it for others? I love TIC.
First up, it puts the responsibility on each person to be accountable for their time. It also allows us to track every single grant or funding that we get. And not only are we able to track the grant, but we can identify if we are dealing with administration, or if there's a holiday, or if we are dealing with, if we're doing outreach or programs or trainings or conferences. You're able to really completely identify down to the actual work that you're doing, and also down to pretty much every 15 minutes. So you don't have to worry about if you're doing 15 minutes here and 4 hours there, you're able to track that. And then your team is able to go in, and it is critical that you update it every single day, because again, you can't remember what happened yesterday, and by tomorrow you're already doing something new. But if you train your team and your team has the right skill sets, they're able to update it, and it's very, very easy to update. You could do it from home, you could do it on the road, you could do it in the office, as long as you have some kind of electrical device, your computer or cell phone.
Perfect, thank you. So now, Mubina, I'm going to ask you a follow-up question. Since you were talking about, organizational tools and processes, so we also know that writing and implementing these activities look very different. How have you worked with your program officer to complete or make any adjustments? Have you?
Sure. As I already mentioned before, during the pandemic, and due to the pandemic, we were like absolutely clueless, and we had no idea how to implement those written activities. And I was personally very nervous about the work. It was the very first time we had it, and along with our now executive co-director back then, but now Chief Operating Officer Raj Chaudhary as well. And we had our program officer Tanet first, and then Veronica. Both were amazing, fabulous human beings who are like absolute delight to work with. And they were always present to respond to our questions and queries and adjustments through emails as well, not just through Just Grant, because it was really very confusing to work around the things over there. So they were there always to use email to respond to. And when we when we are talking about writing versus implementing, there's a huge difference, because when we develop our narrative and when we propose our activities, it's like totally a different time. We all have seen the pandemic era, and it's still actually pandemic. We're still not out of it. We still have, ongoing illnesses and chronic diseases due to people who got affected. So it's very different. Even if it was not COVID, I was really sure that there were, different things than what it was written, because when you hire a new person also, and I totally agree what Ms. Candy also, said, that trust your employees, trust your, staff members who you have hired, because they are coming with their own, ways of working, their ideas, their out of way thinking, all of it. So when you are hiring, and that exactly happened with this project with us as well. I was hired for this work, and the narrative was written before me. So obviously, I brought a lot of new ideas, a lot of different new activities, new groups, new, things. And our supervisor and our office staff who was there, who trusted on my skills, my ways of working, all of that. And that's where it is important to give that, power to the people who are there with you working, putting their passion into their work, all of that. Our program officers always encouraged us, inspired us, and motivated us to do the work the way we wanted to do, and make the changes the way we wanted to do. And because of the, the virtual setup and pandemic and all those things, they were super flexible. And I can't, be thankful enough to express my gratitude for all those continued support during that time.
Thank you, Mubina. I have one more follow-up to that. So you already spoke about this, about Zoom and SharePoint and other files, but how has it been? I mean, I know we're still in COVID, but technically it's 3 years out. How have you maintained your data management system over time?
So we, and again, I'm going to quote you on this. When my ex-colleague and I, when we were, meeting with you, and in one of the meetings, you mentioned that don't rely on electronic files for data management, and, just have everything put in different ways. So what we started doing is taking the printout of all the things. So literally my cabinets are full of files from our first grant that we had received in 2019. So we put all information electronically on SharePoint that is shared internally as well. Then we keep the record. I have some notes also to just, pinpoint. We put everything on OneDrive as well, on our laptops. So like separately, not connected or synced with OneDrive. So first SharePoint, shared document. Second is OneDrive. And third is on our laptop, separately, unsynced. And fourth is the printout, so the hard copy of the document. So not just the programmatic and data stuff, but also communication. All the communication that we also had, which was like approved. So the file, the printout of emails of those as well, for example. It sounds a lot of work, but no, it's not actually. And it's very helpful. Once you get in habit of doing that, it's really easy and smooth. I was really feeling that, like, as again, quoting Miss Candy on that your brain doesn't remember each and everything. So what do you do about that? So I started actually keeping a small notebook as well with me to just write down on point, okay, one client having this DV issue or shelter need or this referral, all that. So I am having that small pocket book with me, as well as keeping record using WhatsApp a lot to send information immediately to other person or to my own, number, just writing there, keeping the record there. So like there are different ways that we are using to keep the data intact and like secure in various ways.
Okay,
And
thank
thanks
you.
to you. Thanks to
No,
you for
I want to say there's a caveat to that. When I said that to you, it was 2019. COVID had not hit us yet.
Oh,
And
yes.
that was the
See?
normal norm. That was the
Mhm,
normal
mhm.
norm. We said in case there is an audit, you should have a binder, you should have a file. COVID has hit us. Some people have never gone back to office. I know you all have. So the recommendation is do what works for you, whether you keep it electronically, whether you keep it a physical file, whether you do both. Whatever makes it easier and comfortable for you to find information without making life hard for yourself or your clients is what we would ask you to do, because again, you're the experts in knowing your community and your work. And this goes without saying, no identifying information for clients. Also, again, organization to organization, it depends. We don't necessarily say use your cell phones or WhatsApp to pass on information. It depends on what your security looks like in your organization. But feel free to have these conversations offline as well with staff. Okay, Miss Candy, people have asked in the chat, because we are such an acronym-based community, does TIC stand for something? If so, what?
That's a good question. So let me just pull it up for you right quick. TIC is a web-based budget and time tracking, and I don't know if it stands for anything. It's just TIC or TIC Spot. But to me, it's the best timekeeping component, because not only can we keep track of full-time and part-time, but it also keeps the history of any employee. So the data is always there, whether that person is gone 3, 4, 5 years, or if they're still here. And you can also assign people to certain projects. So you don't have to worry about, oh, they're not supposed to be here or there or doing this. You can assign them to certain things. It's really very, very simple. And you can update it very quickly, and it is $49 a month. For us, I don't know if that's based on a certain number of people, but for $49, I don't have to worry about it.
That was going to be my next question about the money. It always comes down to the money. That is fantastic and sounds like a great deal.
It is. It's a great tool for our organization.
True. Okay, so one more question. As storytellers, capturing our story's impact is often so difficult. I don't know if it is for you, it is for me. So how have you overcome this challenge, if it was a challenge, and how do you measure impact?
So yes, we are storytellers, and we're always looking for new ways to create a story or to tell a story. It is important that we capture the data. So we first make sure that we have authorization forms from all of our participants that gives us permission to record them, to videotape them, to capture their image, their voices as well. For anyone who is under 18 or a ward of the court, we also have to get permission. Well, if they're under 18, we have to get permission from their parents. If they are a ward of the court, we don't even try and deal with it, because that's a lot of extra work. So if we're doing something, we will record them from the back so that we're not capturing their face. That's the critical thing. And we make sure that for every event, for every program, for every training, that we have someone there that is capturing that in the form of, first up, we do sign-in sheets along with the authorization forms, and we normally do sign in and sign out, so that we can make sure that they are there at the beginning and at the end. And then if we're on Zoom, we'll ask a couple of random questions in the middle of Zoom just to see if that person is still there, especially since everyone likes to keep their camera off. So we just want to make sure that they are still there, because a lot of our programs that we do with our youth and young adults, we compensate them. And we normally, if we're compensating them, we do ask them to keep their camera on. However, we realize that that's not always an opportune thing to do, or an appropriate thing to do. So we'll ask a couple of random questions just to make sure that they're still there. So we have the sign-in sheets. We have the authorization forms. If it's on Zoom, they'll sign in on Zoom. They'll sign out on Zoom. We also will record several sessions. Some things we don't record if it's on Zoom. Excuse me. And we won't record the entire presentation if we're in person, but we will document it to a certain degree. And we also take photographs. And then we will also send out newsletters, and we'll also create that information. We will tag our sponsors and our partners on social media. And so if they're children, again, if they're children and we don't have permission from the parents, we will still show it, but we'll show the back of the head so that no one can really identify that person. If they are a survivor and they don't want us to record them, we won't even record the back of their head, because we know that some people are identifiable by the back of their head. So we'll just make sure that they're sitting in a certain area of the room where we won't record that information. Then we also have our newsletter, which we try and send out at least once a week, that will document the work that we're doing. And at the end of the year, we do an impact report. And the impact report is amazing because you're able to capture, and I would love to share my impact report in a little bit. I have to pull it up, but it's so cool because there's another service. Ashley, how do you pronounce that? I call it a Zusu. I don't know what it is. Ashley is our director of operations and she does all of this. But it's cool because you're able to put in photos, you're able to put in documents, you're able to really track, and we're able to track because we do youth services and community outreach. And then we also do professional development where we'll go to youth serving providers and train them. So this will show that 90% of the people that we work with in youth services are Black and 10% are Latina, Latinx. But in our professional development, that number drops down to, I think, like 68%. So we're able to really identify the work that we're doing and highlight that. It's a great tool.
Love it. Love you sharing all these tools. I'm sure we'll all be reaching out to you. And actually, I'm sure Damari and Makeda will be, so that we would love to share your tools with everybody in the follow-up email. That would be really nice.
I will send to Jose Juan the impact report so that he can send it out to everyone.
Okay, thank you for that. But now, since you spoke about impact, can we also talk a little bit about, do you evaluate your programs, your organization, why or why not, and what does the process look like?
We definitely evaluate our programs. We evaluate our programs based on several things. How much money it's costing us, who is doing the work, how many people are attending, how many people are attending on a regular basis. And all of our programs, we provide food for our grantee, or excuse me, for our community. And so we have to identify if that's well. We have been fortunate enough to include food in some of our grants. And then we also have, for those who don't have funding for food, we also go out and we seek unrestricted funding, because to me, it is critical that part of our culture is to make sure that our people are fed. I don't know if the children, the youth, the parents are fed more than once a day. I know that they're hungry. And so we provide food for them. And so how we identify it is we'll ask our participants, what do you want? What kind of food you want? And we don't show up with cookies and chips and snacks. We show up with real food. We also determine if it is feasible based on, again, like how many people are coming on a regular basis. Is this something that we're doing on Zoom? Is this something that during COVID, we tried a different platform and we realized the platform was excellent. However, our community was not able to use that platform because they didn't have the tools in order to do so. With the limited use of, the internet in certain communities, many people weren't able to utilize it, especially since the first round was not cell phone friendly. The second round was cell phone friendly, but it still didn't work to the benefit and the value of our organization. So we decided to scrap that. We also talked to our team. What does our team think? My team is the most important thing. I can't do anything without my team. The only reason that I'm excellent is because my team is excellent. And so they help us to really understand, yes, Jose Juan, the impact of the digital divide is real. So my team will help us to determine if we're doing something in a community that's really taking advantage of our programs, if we have the capacity. And some of our programs we've stopped because my team just did not have the capacity. They were tired, they were wore out. COVID has been very hard on our community and on our team. And then I don't even think COVID has been as bad as this new round of cold and flu that has just really been very, very difficult. So we will listen to our team to determine what's best, not only for our team, because see, if in order for us to be the healers and heal the community, we have to have a good, strong, healthy team. Thank you, Elizabeth, for that excellent presentation as a matter of fact.
Thank you so much for all these tips and tools and thoughts. And I think everybody might already be following it. I don't want to presume this way or that. One of the things that really helped me back in the day, which has changed even more now with the internet and social media, if people don't follow each other's organizations, I say sign up now. Everybody has a newsletter. If email is your comfort zone, go there. If you prefer following organizations on social media, Twitter or Facebook, do that. But learn and see what others are doing so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel, and we collectively don't have to reinvent the wheel in our communities. We can help each other.
And can I just add in, meet some people here and connect with them. I'm so grateful for a couple of amazing people that I've partnered with. And we got our first grant from the Department of Justice, Office of Violence Against Women in 2017. And I'm still great friends with Patricia and with Dr. Patricia, because there have been times, even I think earlier this year, we received a call from a young lady on our Instagram page who reached out to us and said that she was in, I think, Mississippi, and she needed some help. I'm like, I'm in Los Angeles. So I called Dr. Patricia, and she was able to support that person in a matter of 15 minutes. So make sure that you're connecting with people on this list. And what I like to say is, Jose Juan, can you please, when you send, I should ask this, can we all send you our social media, and then maybe there could be a list they could go out, and that way we could then follow everyone. And it can be a blessing because there are certain things that we do. For instance, one of the things that we did, we had an art contest. And we reached out all across the country, and it was this program was called Love is War. And we wanted to find what Black people saw, Black artists saw Love is War look like? And we compensated them for those art. But if we had had everyone's contact, we could have reached out to you and your clients could have been compensated. It was an amazing program. And we still have so many pieces of art. We became, without us knowing it, we became art collectors.
Maybe that's something we can bring back collectively. I love that. Shout out. Oh my gosh, exactly. 2009 CSSP group, Aparna, Youngju. I don't think Fatuma is here today. So many people that I can still call and ask questions. And of course, my fellow CSSP team. And I thought of that because I wanted to ask Mubina. I follow the organization. I know what they do when they send out their weekly newsletter. But Mubina, I still want to find out what creative ways have you used to document the many cultural events in your community?
I'm talking about documentation a lot, but well, creative ways. And actually it's very helpful even to have like multiple, using multiple locations for the same data. And of course, be very cautious about the, confidentiality protocols and the safety of data, all of it. It's not that, it's not unsafe in that way. For creatively using, different platforms, we actually commissioned some artists, local artists, to also use stories and narratives. Also, we distorted the voice quality of those who had given their, permission to record their voices also for the narration. And those artists actually recreated or reinvented different ways to talk about pain, to talk about, the intersectional issues that our cultural based communities face. So, and also, it has become a very amazing way to document all those stories in not plainly talking about this happened to me or that happened to me, but and when we were presenting those videos, those visual representation of pain and domestic violence and sexual violence and dating violence, all of that, the victim survivors themselves actually started crying and saying that we never thought that our pain would look this beautiful in this way. So that became actually a very good tool to actually document those stories, document those, painful narratives that they themselves want to see in a very different way, not feeling bad or sad again and again about looking at that, but feeling more empowered and more, in autonomy on their own language. So that was one thing that we really loved doing that. And we are using a lot of multimedia ways to capture the moments of cultural events as well. And local artists who are identified as South Asian are actually adding their own perspectives in also, creating those ways. We have started using the barcodes for feedback also after activity post event, where like community members are joining for an event. After that, they just are not really tech savvy, or they do not go back to their email and they do not respond to the feedback emails. So what we have created is just having a barcode, so immediately they can just take this, just go directly to that link. And thanks to our media and communication person who has now implemented new ways to document all the responses and feedback instantly. Those who are unable to do that, non-tech savvy and specifically old people, they can still write down on the spot after the event if they want to. So that's one thing that we are using nowadays. Also, we have started using Discord for book clubs, and there also we are documenting a lot of, interactions with people who are, talking about what they are reading or what they want to do. It's kind of, a virtual platform for people to just, put in their thoughts also. So we are using Discord to document the thoughts and the videos, their ideas. Recently, we started actually using TikTok as a way of outreaching as well as documenting moments. And our Desi Pride parades and our retreat with queer group, it was really amazing to, and young folks specifically, they love to be in those small videos and clips and Insta reels and all of that. So we are now starting on, using those a lot. So it's a way of documenting as well.
Thank you, Mubina. I think we're almost at time, but I'm still going to pause. I saw a lot of activity in the chat. We're open to questions. Jose Juan, did you want to help with any questions in the chat?
Yes, I'm keeping track.
Okay, thank you.
So just as an FYI, thank you for that idea, Ms. Candy, about collecting people's social media handles. So we will be doing that. So stay tuned. We'll probably do like a Google Doc or something, so just people can just dump their stuff there. So we will make sure to share that with everyone. See, we're here to serve y'all. See, y'all tell us what you need. We adapt. We adapt. So we love y'all.
I did drop in our impact report. Thank you, Ashley. With the, I call it a ZUSU, I don't know, ISSUU, but you're able to go through it and see what we've done. I also have, this is one of the, a copy of the photo. This is Woman Thou Art Seen from one of our winners. We actually had 30 people that provided their art, and I don't know how that goes, but what's cool is we were then not only able to keep the art, but we took smaller photos and we had some of them signed by the artists with their stories, and then we sent them to the sponsors. So it's important that you keep up with your sponsors. And for those of you who have all of us that have this OVW funding, let your other sponsors know that you have this funding, because this is like, you don't know, this is big time. This is big, 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 big time. Thank you, Veronica, Toned, and I don't know if Michelle is still here, but this is really, it sets you up to show that you are doing amazing work in the community, that you are culturally specific, that you are experts in the industry. And so it's important that you share with your community the work that you're doing. Do not think it's a bad thing to highlight and shout out the work that you're doing, because nobody's gonna know if you don't tell them. That's right, brag on yourself. We don't have a problem doing that here in South Central Los Angeles, everyone.
And make sure to tell OVW. Remember what Devin and Eliza said this morning about the report, that section where you put the other stuff that you're doing and how it's impacting and all of that, it sends a powerful message. And I think Devin mentioned this, if not, it bears repeating, that every time Congress needs quotes to justify further funding, they come to the CSSP reports. They come to your narratives every time. So what Ms. Candy is saying is true. This is big time. You are creating an impact. You don't even know what type of impact you're having. You are doing national work, community-based and also national. So please know that.
Right, and don't be afraid to think outside the box. Think bigger. See, sometimes we have a tendency, especially because if you've never had a lot of funding before, we kind of think small. This is an opportunity for you to think huge and share with the world what you're doing, because the only way that people will know and that you will get more funding. Trust me. Can I just share this? Once we got our OVW funding, we grew 50%. Like in a year, we got an additional 50% of funding, and within another year, we were double what we were completely. So we had grown 100% in a year period, just because of this grant and us letting people know that we received it. So share.
And we tell OVW those things, because that helps OVW say, hey, y'all, this is what it is. This is the reality. This is what's going on, right? Please brag on yourselves always. And if we ever, whether Tanette, Veronica, or our substance tea providers go and do a site visit with y'all, which we hope that'll happen soon, brag on yourselves. Don't just limit your stories to what you do with CSSP, but what you do in your communities collectively. Because I'm here to tell you, and I think I can say this with 100% certainty, Tanette and Veronica want to know. They want to know. I think that's true. So do not be bashful about what you do, because all you do is so much, and you do so much with so little. You do so much with so little. I mean, that's powerful, right? That is so powerful. And yeah. So, and Darlene has also mentioned that they've also grown to these funds. We frame it to some state and local funders that with your support. Oh my goodness, look at that. We needed that. Oh my goodness.
This is my first grandson, or excuse me, my first grandchild. Okay.
Awesome.
He's visiting.
We love this. Yes. Affirmations. Lifting up. Awesome. Awesome. All right then. So with that said, we have come to the end of another CSSP New Grantee Orientation. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mumbina. Thank you, Ms. Candy. Thank you, Sara, for facilitating and having this conversation with us. We hope that what we shared over the last 2 days has been helpful. We also acknowledge the fact that it's been a lot of information. Please know that you're not by yourselves. We are with you through this journey together. And also don't just connect with us just with CSSP, but please beyond CSSP, please consider us as peers, as colleagues, as partners in your work, right? Sara, Yangju, Shima, Anzala, Damari, Makita, Pedro, myself, Veronica, Tanette, Michelle, we are here to support you. So please, please don't just limit your communications to us with CSSP. We want to hear everything y'all doing. So please, however we can be supportive of you, with you, we are here. The reason we are here is because of you all. And then we send you an email, say, hey, how you doing, Mombina? Please respond, because we want to know, right? We get worried, we get concerned. And like I said, there's so many opportunities for technical assistance, the monthly core calls, the virtual office hours, individualized technical assistance, whether it's in person or virtual, monthly check-ins that we can schedule with you all. So many different opportunities to connect and stay connected, and which I would also extend to do with your colleagues and peers in this. You are now officially part of CSSP family. For those of you who are new, and for those of you who are returning, welcome back. We love you. We want you to be here, and congratulations, everyone. And please, if you haven't heard it today or recently, you all are amazing. You all are amazing. You all are amazing. I don't care what anyone else says. You all are amazing. Please fill out my evaluations, because we need your feedback. And stay connected. Please stay connected and stay grounded, and please take care of yourselves.
Thank you.
And love the baby.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much.